Vivian and I, we've been on the quest to help people to improve their ability to think also, because we see there's so many noises these days that are affecting our ability to think. So the question for you, Daniel, is how have you been growing your ability to think?
I try to resist my phone. Our phones are our best friends and our worst enemies for thinking. The reason being, there's a direct relationship between how emotionally unregulated you are and poor thinking, or being calm and clear, managing your upsetting emotions. That helps you think the most clearly. And our phones have all of our distractions. Everything that you like to see, everything you like to hear is there in your phone in an instant. So being able to resist, to not pick up that phone and look at all the things that distract you, but keep your mind and your focus on the task at hand, I think that's the most important thing for thinking well.
How have you been growing your ability to think over the years?
Oh, it's perpetual. So I would say, first of all, I've been developing it because I have this deep need inside of me to make progress. I think we're wired to grow, that growth is our default setting. So there's that piece of me that, but I think that's inside of everyone. So some of the practical things that I do that are improving my ability to think, to remove cognitive distortions that get in my way, is I read lots and lots of books. Like you, I have a podcast, so I get to interview lots and lots of people and learn. I have the opportunity and privilege, because of what I do, whether it's through coaching or workshops or facilitation, to be able to say, how am I going to help this person make progress, and think about what does that look like and how do I contextualize that. So in service of other people, I'm continually thinking how to help other people make progress. I do therapy. I do coaching. I am a person of deep faith, so I believe and rely on God to help me make progress. So I'm continually, always in search of how can I be better tomorrow than I was today. I journal. I reflect. There's just so much. I don't even know where to start, because there's just so much. Like, I'm in perpetual place of how can I think better, and then be better and do better, and just make progress.
Over the years, how have you been helping yourself to expand your ability to think, Zoe?
I try to listen and find something to learn from any conversation, anybody that I meet. And for example, something that sparked my curiosity and attention in this conversation we've been having is that I didn't know about the map and the South China Sea and the islands there, and related to the Barbie movie. So after this conversation, I'm going to go read up on it, so that when I'm talking about the Barbie movie with other people, which I'm being asked to do, I have this important piece of the context, and we can talk about the politics as well. So, and that's not the only thing that I've learned, but that's just an example. I am so conscious of every single person having so much that I could learn from them. And I'm just looking for those opportunities. So thank you for that.
I don't know how to answer to that. So I have two last questions before we end this conversation. All right. And we've been talking about the past, your present. It's not fair we don't talk about the future a little bit. So let's travel to the future. Is there anything that you are working on, and that is exciting? You want to share with me and the audience so we can celebrate with you in advance?
Oh, thank you. There's some specific projects, but what I'm most excited about is getting to work with a lot of different groups of people who are working on the climate crisis. So I'm working with a nonprofit called 350.org. I work with the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, work with the sustainability teams at different companies like Procter & Gamble. And what I'm passionate about doing is helping people, especially frame their messages, frame their communication in a compelling way. And I shared about how I, for example, reframed imposter syndrome so that now I'm able to go through it. And I believe that for leaders, studying and practicing framing is the biggest ROI on anything we can do, because it's actually so easy. I shouldn't say it's easy. It's so simple. And when executed, it can take very little time. So you don't have to change your whole logistics. But framing communication is a simple thing we can do. And this is one of the main things that I believe is going to help us shift the direction of the climate so that we can cool our planet off again. And I believe that all of us who are trying to have a good influence can think about, as soon as we have our own needs taken care of, what are the biggest problems in the world? And those biggest problems need so many of us working on them, and we can use our influence skills to bring people together and do those projects.
Thanks for doing that, Zoe.
I really do believe that leaders are learners. We have to constantly keep learning. So continuing to read, not just books, but articles online, learning from other thought leaders in the field, learning what their perspectives are on trust or leadership, different topics. Learning from people like you and others, right? What are their viewpoints? And so that's one way that I try to keep my thinking sharp. Another is that for a number of years, I have a group of men that I'm involved with. It's called the San Diego Leadership Forum. It's a group of men who are all leaders in different businesses, and we meet once a month, and we talk about the different leadership challenges we're having, and we try to help each other, and so that's a good way to keep your thinking sharp and fresh. So I would say those are sort of the primary ways that I keep my thinking sharp.
I hope I can help with this. That's a very interesting question. Because it's unconscious.
Yes.
So that is really interesting. I would share one thing that occurred to me while you were talking, is that if something scares me, I pay more attention to it, and I usually do it anyway, and I challenge myself to do it anyway. And for example, public speaking is not a natural thing to do. Most people would tell you. And so I made myself do it starting, 25 years ago. When I was starting out, I would volunteer and I would just say, just get up there, and it wasn't easy. And I'm sure I was terrible the first few times. But, you get better and you ask for feedback, whether you fight your instinct not to want to hear it. And and you look at people who are great and you're like, oh, what are they doing? Like, what's so good about what they're doing right now? And then you get better and you're like, oh, and just pick one thing. Like maybe it's their eye contact, maybe it's how they're holding their body, maybe it's, you know, their topic, or maybe they're a little bit funnier, they smile more, or they, you know, so you can learn so much from so many different people. So that's one thing. It's just, I think it keeps life exciting, and it means you're learning if you go towards things that are healthy, but that give you a little bit of like, oh, I don't know if I can do that, but that keeps you young, and I think it keeps you learning. And then you can always, and asking for help from people who are better than you. That's a great way to learn. And people love being asked. It's very flattering. You know, it's a very nice thing to do, actually, for someone, is to say, you do this so well, I'd really like to get better at that. How do you do it? You know, and that's a fun way to bond and to learn. So those are some things that I do.
Thomas, over the years, how have you been sharpening and expanding your ability to think that you can share with us so that we can learn from the expert like you?
Well, I mean, I think the the first thing is that learning and thinking to me belong together, right? So for me, I think one of the people who think more deeply and think better are people who are learners. You know, so you could be spending 6 hours on Instagram or TikTok or whatever and watching, you know, people fall in puddles or cats that jump from trees. I mean, that's fine. You could do that. Or you could be reading a book. You could be reading a story. You could be learning about how nature works, how humans work, right? So for me, learning to think is learning, first of all. I think the second thing about thinking that I really believe in is focus. And by the way, I'm struggling with that. So it's a lifelong learning experience. What's important to me, the most important good that helps us think is time. And for me, the question is, on your schedule, where's your thinking time? You know, just look at your schedule. Tell me when you're thinking. You know, so for me, focusing on that in a deliberate fashion is important. One way for me to think is to write. Like, write down a thought. Kind of another way to think is to teach, right? Kind of, if I can explain it to you, I know I've understood it. Frankly, not before. It's really hard to be sure that you understood a problem if you've not taught it to others. But the focus is the mental state. Of course, there's practitioners who teach you how to do that, you know, from your side of the world, right? You know, whether it's yoga, whether it's meditation techniques, right? Kind of calming your mind is a good thing. My version of that is I go outdoors a lot. I go run. I move my body. Kind of thinking also means to be in a healthy body, right? You know, so for me, that's the other thing that really matters. But really giving your time the focus, that your mind the focus that it takes. There's a final point that matters, and it's mattering differently for different people. I think well with other people. So some of my best ideas happen in the presence of other people. Not everybody is the same. There are people that need to be for 24 hours by themselves, then they have the best ideas. Or they have understanding. Again, I need my alone time too, but if it comes to thinking of new ideas, often it has to do with interaction of trusted individuals other than me. Also people who think differently than me. So that's another element of it. I mean, so those are kind of the pieces. I just, kind of the rule that I really always say, kind of whether it's about thinking or about other things, show me your calendar and I'll tell you what's important to you. So kind of if you say my goal is to do X and Y, your calendar does not show that. It's not important to you. You just talk about it. And so if your goal is to improve your thinking and your knowledge, show it when you do that in your life. It takes time to get better at that. Don't care what it is. Whether you want to get better in sports, whether you want to get better in science, thinking, get better learning about other people. It needs to be time that you spend. Time is the most precious good for everything.
Wow, wow. So Lisa, how have you been growing your own ability to think over the years?
I spend more time thinking, and I don't mean that in a trite way. I really try to take the time to process information in a quiet place. I have to, and that quiet place may be me blocking everything out around me. You know where I think the best? Driving my car. That's where I think the best. If I'm on a long drive and I'm by myself, I am driving, but my brain is just, it's like a Rubik's Cube, right? I'm just processing information. I require blocking out all the distractions and having time every single day to think.
Wow, wow. Wow, beautiful. I have the last question, and I hope it's not emotionally for you, but if I can bring you back to a beautiful moment, whatever that moment in time that you had with your father, okay? And you tell him about the wisdom that you've been accumulated through life. You tell him about the stories of Lisa Gable having in the future. So, and you tell him, you can tell him anything about that. What would you tell him at that moment?
Oh, I'd tell him that he was right about so many things. I would tell him that he was right about things not mattering as much as I thought they did. I think that's the one thing that my father taught me, right? He taught me to let things go. And he taught me that in the greater scheme of life, that activity, that situation that caused me to be upset, it's minuscule in the greater scheme of life. It doesn't really matter.
Wow, wow.
We talk to the great leaders and great people like you, and we ask the question like, how have you been helping yourself to expand thinking?
For me, I've always, as I mentioned earlier, it's through people. People help me expand my thinking. And by the way, and so does AI. I just treat AI like a person. And so I ask it questions and I have conversations with it. You know, I can have an hour-long conversation with AI about a topic that I learned from. And I will also do that with a person. I recently was at this camp and I met the gentleman who was the co-founder of Instagram. And I just, got into a deep conversation with him about a number of things, and I learned so much. So to me, my opportunity for learning and thinking is through people and AI now.
Wow, wow.
But you got to be curious. You've got to ask good questions.
Wow. How have you been growing your ability to think?
Oh goodness! So, I was mentioning health and fitness. I did some yoga this morning, and I like doing yoga. This particular teacher I watch on YouTube, he's always coming up with philosophies of life, and today it was about harmony in nature, and the poses that we were doing made me think a little bit differently as I'm going through my breathing and my discomfort. I read a lot, like this book here, The War of Art, Stephen Pressfield. I don't know if you're familiar with this book. It's about resistance and things that hold you back. I built a relationship with Stephen Pressfield. He's an amazing author. And I had lunch with him in Arizona. As a matter of fact, I could probably say, I could show a photo of me and Steve here. Actually, and Waldo, he's from California. And let me share with you here. Oh, here we are. Just want to show it to you here. So here's Stephen Pressfield, right there, right? Yep.
Yes.
So you see him on the screen. And so he's the author of this book. He's an amazing, amazing author. But I was introduced to him through my friend Victoria Labam, another Hall of Fame speaker who's friends with him. And I have a great relationship with her. And she wound up connecting me with Stephen Pressfield. The way you think differently is being exposed to different people, to different books, to different disciplines, yoga, transcendental meditation. I watch different shows. I get coaching from different types of speaker coaches who are very, very different from me. And so, we may have a palette of colors in our lives, 5 or 10 palettes or tools for that matter on solving problems. When you read a book, watch a podcast, build a new relationship, gain perspective from somebody in another culture like you in Vietnam, now you're exposing yourselves to different tools, different colors, and it allows you to solve more problems with tools and create more palettes or more canvases of beauty with all these different colors. Mm-hmm. And that's why I love meeting people. That's why I love traveling, because once again, we were complete strangers before this phone call, but now we have a relationship and you're going to share things with me about life and growth. Hopefully I could share with you, and that's how we grow. And that's how, in my life, I've learned to think differently. But the bottom line is this, and every one of you watching this or listening to this, there's no better teacher than ourselves. There's no better teacher than going through the grit and gristle of life to learn when we're getting shot at, overcoming our fears and anxieties and thinking differently and asking for our maker, our creator, to give us hope and guidance as well, whatever you believe in. The biggest tool and teacher of life is ourselves. And so listen to your heart and listen to your pains and the gifts of life. Listen to what's going on inside. And many times those answers and perspectives will come to you from the universe. And it may even show up with a new friend on a Zoom call.
Wow. So Amanda, how have you been growing your ability to think over the years?
Whew, that's quite the question for a cognitive psychologist. So I think the key to developing your capacity for critical thinking and creativity and innovation and all the things that we want thoughts to result in is to trust that your thoughts are important, that you actually developing the capacity to find out what you think, that thought you're giving the time to could change the world, and really believing that it's worth it. So then when you would have to put your phone down because you've decided you don't want to just fall asleep playing Candy Crush or whatever it is people are playing now, you're doing it because you believe that the thoughts you're cultivating, the space, the garden in your mind that you're nourishing, can actually bear fruit that will make you so happy. It will make your family proud, and it will make your world better. And if you believe that about your thoughts, then it's worth the trouble to do all the things the other people on your podcast have probably said, like put your phone down and, whatever else it is, read books, all that stuff. But to do that, you have to believe that you've got something really important that could come out of that brain of yours. So give it space.
So, how have you been growing
Okay.
your ability to think over the years?
Listening. So listening to podcasts, listening to other leaders, conversations like this that make me listen to me and think, oh, that sounded good, or no, not quite right. So it's being willing to be the student, the perpetual student. That's what's made the difference.
First of all, I don't think it's all about doing. You have to think first. If you think first, you don't want people to be doing a lot of things without thinking. That's dangerous. Yeah. So I also believe everything starts with knowledge and words. You understand, you make meaning of concepts, and you have to think about it and process it before you can apply things and do them. So there is a process, to transformation. You start with your mind, right? And our minds are extremely powerful, and the processing of that is so important. So I'm always learning new things. So I think, and I'm always challenging things. So when I listen to things that people tell me, I constantly criticize, or not criticize what they're saying, but I critique it. I critique, is this true? Is that your opinion? Is that fact? And then I will research to find out if what they're saying is validated by other information. So I'm constantly critically analyzing the barrage of information that we're getting every single day. Fake news. I don't take all the news of what people say as fact. Absolutely not. In fact, I assume it's probably biased. All the things that are happening in politics in the world, I assume that the truth is somewhere in between the extreme left, the extreme right view, and both are sharing, like they're looking at the elephant from their perspective, but they don't see the full elephant, So I really strive to look to see as many perspectives as I can to see the elephant. And I think none of us can see the full elephant, right? From all perspectives, right? Because some of us are seeing it from the back and we only see the tail. Some of us see from the front and only see the trunk. And both are not wrong, because from their perspective, there's a trunk and a tail. So I think the idea and knowledge and thinking, critical thinking, is such an important part in perspectives. So I travel around the world so I can understand different perspectives. I've been to North Korea, and I'm criticized for going to North Korea. And they say, why do you go there? I say, because I want to understand how they see the world and their perspective. I want to think critically about, before I make decisions, I want to understand, are you seeing the tail or the trunk? Because I can assert that my view is correct, and I can argue that it's a trunk. If I don't even realize or have the wisdom to realize that you're standing in the back and you see the tail, then it's foolishness.
Yeah.
So that's why I spent a lot of time thinking. I don't give strong points of view to assert that it's the trunk, because that's unwise. So I will try to understand different points of view. I constantly look at views, and I'm challenging my thinking all the time. I'll give one crazy story of what I've done, and I do encourage everyone watching this to do it. I'm American, and the American politics is probably another K-drama series, because it's so dramatic and emotional, up and down. And I spent time on the KKK website. Do you know the KKK?
Yep.
So the KKK is a Ku Klux Klan, and they are a white supremacist group in the U.S. People might wonder, why am I going to the KKK website? Because I want to understand. I want to understand their point of view and their perspectives of why they feel so strongly about what they feel. And I think in society, if we were to stop and pause to think, not just from our head, but also from our hearts.
Mm.
What is it that connects us and what is it that separates us? I think that process of critical thinking is extremely important for humanity and for human flourishing, actually, going back to the main topic. Yeah. And so I spend time being uncomfortable. It makes me very uncomfortable to read certain articles. It makes me very uncomfortable to watch certain videos, but I force myself to watch them so that I can understand perspective and then I can critique it. What is it about what they said that I agree with? What is it that I don't agree with? Why do I disagree with that? And then I form my own points of view.
What have you been doing to have that clarity in life?
For me, one of the best activities I ever undertook was shortly after reading Stephen Covey's The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. I took one step that has impacted my life ever since, and that was in his chapter, Begin with the End in Mind, he talked about writing a personal mission statement. He said, you know, companies have mission statements, they're North Star to guide them, but most people never have anything like that. They just live paycheck to paycheck or vacation to vacation. So I sat down, and that was more than 30 years ago, and I wrote the personal mission statement. And then I would have it pop up on a task every day, Monday through Friday at work, one section of it to read. Now, every morning, as soon as I get up and I go downstairs, I have it on an app that I can listen to. And I think that just listening to it or reading it almost every single day for more than 30 years, it just seeps into your soul. And for me, the opening statement is that when I die, my goal is I want to hear God say, well done. Well done, good and faithful servant. You were faithful with a few things. I'm going to put you in charge of many things. Enter into the joy of your master. And I don't do that in I'm working my way to heaven or I'm earning anything. No, I just want to be pleasing to God like I would want to be pleasing to my wife or to my daughter. I don't have to earn anything from any of them, and I don't have to earn anything from God. But in gratitude to how he's changed my life, I want to be pleasing to him. So that opening statement, and then I go in and I talk about my faith, family, personal well-being, career. But that is like my North Star.
Bring you back to that morning 30 years ago when you wrote that personal statement, because that's very important for people to be able to have their own personal statement also in their lives, right, Brian? Help us to share back, what did you do on that morning for you to come up with that personal statement yourself?
You're testing my memory. 30 years ago, I don't know that I remember the exact things, but I do know this, that my wife and I, we were going through marital issues. Everybody, you know, if you stay together long enough, you're going to have issues that you're dealing with. And we were dealing with some really significant issues. And so reading that book, I was trying to, you know, get some stability, I guess. And as I read that about the mission statement, it made sense. And I was convicted that, you know, I was one of those people, you know, kind of living day to day, trying to be a good person, trying to do, you know, right things, but didn't have something that I was working toward. And so I thought, you know, if I can come close to being the person that I lay out here, that will not only benefit me, it will benefit my wife and our relationship. And then eventually our daughter came along and it's had benefit for her as well. So I think that's really what the catalyst was, you know, there were just some hard issues going on. And I felt like this could probably help me in dealing with those.
Curiosity, because when you don't know, you don't know. And when you don't know, may seriously open up new horizons for your thinking. it was several years ago. I was talking to Dan, president of ICF, and we were just reminiscing. Are people, especially now we have the same conversation, right? Is that, are people really that different? And we came to the conclusion that no, we're more similar than we're different. We just don't see it. We just don't see it because we are not looking through that lens of being curious and being appreciative of differences. Differences is what makes the life interesting. So so for me, and coaching is evolving dramatically. When I first started, we didn't have internal coaching, we didn't have team coaching, we didn't have coaching cultures, we didn't have any of it. And now we are proud of being, the, in a way, institutional sponsors of those methodologies. That is because we did not tie ourselves into what we know, but rather we're open into what we don't.
Beautiful. Over the years, how have you been growing your ability to think?
Well, again, I'm going to give you one practical way to do it.
Yes.
So this is what we call our own the ugly model. And I know you've read Courageous Cultures, and it comes from that. And it's 4 strategic questions. And we use this with teams all over the world. So take a business challenge that you have and ask these 4 questions to help reframe the problem. What are we underestimating? Like, what are we underestimating that's good about this situation? What are we underestimating that's bad? Maybe our competitors are further ahead than we think. We might be underestimating that. We might be underestimating how skilled our employees are to rise to the occasion. What's got to go? What do we need to stop doing in order to make this happen? Where are we losing? Where are we losing to the competition? One of the things I'm spending a lot of time with executive teams right now is to look at how they look at data, looking at trends of data. What is this data saying, right? So what is the data? Where does the data tell us we're losing? And then most importantly, and in chapter 6 of Courageous Cultures, we talk about this, where are we missing the yes? And where there's a completely different way to reframe this problem. And so this is part of our idea incubator process, which is part of our critical thinking, how we teach critical thinking in organizations. So, for example, right when we get back from Vietnam, I'm going to work with a very senior team at Honeywell Aerospace. And if you're watching the news, they are in a very exciting transition, and there's been some things that are happening. They're in a period of exciting new growth. And so one of the things that we're going to do is talk about, given the future that they want, and we're going to ask those 4 questions, right? And really have a deep conversation around that. So I think that's, for me, it's always about, you need to think about this more deeply. It's too broad. Give people some tactical, practical tools and techniques to do it well.
Beautiful. How have you been helping yourself to expand your own ability to think?
So in creating our new cohort-based course, which is called A Better Way to Grieve, I have been talking to lots of bereaved people. So I posted on LinkedIn the other day to say that I was creating the course, but I was really mindful that I have my own idea of what might be useful for the students in that course, but my way of expanding my thinking was to make sure that I've done some one-on-one calls with them to check the pulse of where they're at and what would be most useful for them. So I think that is, you really do raise a very important point, that we need to think about our thinking And that is my one way recently of expanding my thinking beyond my own individual biased bubble to make sure that I was hearing external voices and to know that I was creating the course that was most relevant to the outcomes that they were holding dear.
So you invited people feedbacks and
Well, I think in every one of those moments for me, I can now look back, perhaps through my wisdom gear, and see all of the little things I was doing every day to prepare for that moment.
wow.
So I'll give you an example, because a lot of young students come to me. We're right next door to the University of Michigan, and a lot of students hear about me. They reach out, they want to come talk to me, they want somewhat ask the same kinds of questions you're asking, but they're in their early 20s at that point. And they ask me often, what advice do you have for me as I go out into the work world? And I tell them that the most important thing I learned to do when I got my first jobs is to do this, to raise my hand and volunteer for things. And I say, let me tell you how that worked for me. And part of it was, I think in the back of my mind, I always knew I wanted to have my own business. That was just a kind of a bucket list goal for me. And so I said, you know, I was a programmer. I was a technical person. I had studied computer science at the University of Michigan. So I knew that the value I was being paid for was to create software with my fingers and my brain. You know, that was how I produced value. But if I wanted to grow, I needed to have different experiences. It couldn't just be technical experiences. So when the salesperson came into the room of engineers and said, hey, I'm going on a customer visit. I need an engineer to come with me to explain our products to our potential clients. I raised my hand and I said, I'll go. When the HR director said, hey, we're planning the holiday party for our team, and I need a few people to help me plan it and execute it. And I said, I can help with that. Wow. When the manufacturing team that was building the little electronic products that we were shipping said, hey, we're really behind on shipments. We need a few extra hands back in manufacturing to help build the products. I said, I can help with that. When somebody said, hey, we're going to a trade show in Las Vegas, we need somebody to help build the booth, man the booth, talk to potential customers, I can help with that. And I would say that all of those in the moment learning opportunities were done minute by minute, day by day, week by week, year by year, so that when later those really big moments happened, I had all of this body of experience, knowledge, and wisdom built up from those other moments where I raised my hand that, you know, it often, you know, there is a phrase that says fortune favors the prepared mind. And, you know, and I think, you know, my instinct was I wanted to have those other kinds of experiences. I wasn't, because I think a lot of times people are like, no, you just wait. And you wait till the opportunity comes and it will be handed to you. And I've just never seen that happen. It's always based on the minute day by day things you do to prepare yourself for those big moments.
Wow.
And again, I think reading books is another big part of that too.
How have you been growing your ability to think over the years?
Ooh, that's a cool question. I think what I'm trying to do more now is to expose myself to ideas I don't like
And I noticed over the last, 10 years, we're humans. We're very vulnerable to confirmation bias. We like things that tell us we're right and we're smart and that confirm that we were telling ourselves the right story. And it's a huge bias. It's a big problem that erodes the quality of our thinking. So I'm working very hard to try and expose myself to ideas that I disagree with, to listen to podcasts of people who I disagree with and sit in it and ask myself, okay, but what is true about what they're saying? And I find it physically uncomfortable to do it, but I know it's making my thinking better, more robust, stronger. And it's wonderful when I find there's a podcast, the Ezra Klein podcast, and I find it's the best source for me of listening to people. He's very careful to curate guests who he just wrote a book, and to his credit, just had 2 people on his podcast to talk about all the things they don't like about his book and all the arguments they disagree with. What a courageous thinker to publish a book, and within a month of publishing a book, bring on people to tell your whole audience why you're wrong. So I'm really attracted to people who think like that, and I'm trying to be more like that, although it's baby steps for me because I find it very, very uncomfortable, but I'm working on it.
Wow. So the question is, how have you been growing your ability to think?
By trying to think about things differently. By reminding myself that I'm shaped by my experience, so the way I think about things may not be the way other people think about things. The way I think I've shaped that is to expose myself to other parts of the world, other cultures, and try to imagine why people believe as they do, or how they're shaped by experiences that I haven't had. But I think when you hike partway across Kenya, or you're in a Muslim country, whether it's in Asia or in the Middle East, and you're stopping for prayer breaks that aren't part of your way of teaching, or you are listening to people in your class, 62 people from 31 different countries, they're all speaking English, but I know, and when we go into breaks or whatever, they're not speaking English, they're speaking the languages they're comfortable in. And listening to people talk about how their experience isn't the same as my experience, it shapes your thinking, makes you stop in your tracks. Now, when I'm human, so when I'm in a hurry, or when I'm stressed, or when I'm flustered, when I'm not at my best, certainly I revert to blinkered, I love the British notion of blinkered thinking, my way of thinking, my way of doing things. When I'm at my best, and I'm hoping this conversation has been somewhat, I'm at my best, I'm thinking about how the other, remember Martin Buber wrote a book called I Am Thou. I'm thinking about how the other might perceive, or how the other might be influenced, or how the other might have had an experience I haven't had. You yourself have experiences in a country that basically, except for flying through once, I know nothing about. And so you have a set of experiences that I can learn from, but I have no experience of it. So I can only expand my thinking. I have an opportunity by saying, So tell me about it. So what was it like when you grew up? What happened with your parents? What did they experience? All those kinds of things that I have no experience of.
What an interesting question. I read a lot, reading voraciously, which is curiosity, you know, and I think I just had a conversation about this with a group of friends the other day, that there's there's a habit that seems to have formed. I don't know if you have this in Vietnam, but certainly here in the US, that the TV is on a lot in people's houses just as background. And I understand it sort of in terms of somebody wanting to kind of be kept company and not be alone, or I'm not sure the motivation. But I think that if you've got this sound, it's not allowing your mind to wander very easily. And it's very likely that you're not going to pick up a book when you have all this sound around you. And so I generally, you know, I have a TV, but I never have it on unless I'm sitting down to watch something very specific. So I think I mean, no judgment about television watching. There's amazing content now all over the world in terms of things to watch. But giving yourself the time to let your mind wander requires quiet or maybe music, but you know, something that allows you to be thinking without having a very focused center of attention, where it's much more diffuse and having a lot of things around the house to read.
Yeah, that's a great question. I have always been a planner, so I love to plan. I love to organize things. So on the one hand, I love to jump into the unknown, but it's never like a crazy move. It's always, oh, you know, what will I love to be in action. So doing things. It's not just a dream and then poof, let's go unprepared. No, I educate myself. I learn, you know, for example, the language. I try to find connections, a place to stay. You see, I try to remain grounded and have a realistic approach to my capabilities, to what I can do, what I'm capable of, or whose help do I need. I find that it's extremely important especially for young women, but to ensure their financial independence, to ensure that they do not, you know, depend on other people, because this gives you power. If you are independent financially, maybe either by having you know, whatever income source, or also reducing your, you know, lifestyle or whatever management suits your needs, but making sure that you protect your, you know, a safe base for you, and then from there you go, you explore, you invest, but you have this this feeling that your life is in your hands and not in the hands of somebody else, you know, a manager, a partner, etc. I think it's really important. This, for me, it was a source of the first. I mean, of course, the first source of safety is the feeling of being loved by my family, my parents, my sisters, etc. But then it's also this independence, financial independence, which is really important for me.
Diana, how have you been expanding your ability to think?
I think that the most frequent way is reading. The more you read, the more you start to ask yourself important, provocative questions like, is this true? How do I know it's true? What other conclusion could I come to besides the conclusion this author is trying to lead me to? What's fact and what's opinion? Just as you read, it improves your thinking process. A second way, other than just reading, I think, is to go to very smart people and ask them questions about what you intend to do, your plan. I wrote a blog once on thinking, how to think better, and one of the points in that was to pretend that you have a board of directors. You may literally have a board of directors to go to, but if you're an entrepreneur and you don't have or you're just starting out and you don't have this group of people, imagine you did. Imagine you were on a board of directors. When somebody would present an idea to you, what would you ask them? What would you ask them about their financing? What would you ask them about their staff? What would you want to know about their plans in the future? What would you want to know about their marketing? If you would think like an advisor and think like you're a person, if you're starting a new project or product or service, what would a board of directors ask me? And then prepare yourself. That helps you to think through any kind of project, any kind of plan that you want to do, even if it's financial planning for your family or planning how to build character into your kids. That thought process comes from reading in many subject areas and applying maybe in different ways, but it also comes from your ability to listen to good advice and listen to feedback and apply it in your situation.
How have you been growing your ability to think so beautifully like this?
That's a good question. I think I think it's an ongoing challenge. It's presents itself in different ways in the different roles that I've done, but it's always, if we think about the quadrants of important and non-important, urgent and non-urgent, and ideally we would be spending our times only on the important things. But so often we are confronted with something that is appearing as urgent, but it's not that critical, deep, important work. And so it's always a balance of that tension, and it's always coming back to that. How can I reset, and how do I kind of triage my work so that I am giving tending and care to that non-urgent and important work? And of course, urgent, important always gets prioritized. But when something isn't a phone call or an email in the inbox or something else that's presenting, maybe it's a conversation from a member of the community who grabs me in the grocery store and wants to share their feelings about some direction or decision the city has made. It's important to listen. Everyone wants to be seen and heard, and we endeavor to honor that at all times. But also, how do we do the most good for the most people? And that is always going back to, am I being intentional about doing what's most important? And it's a constant rebalancing and management of that. So, and part of that is participating in conversations like this. It's listening to the TED Talks. It's being on that continuous learning journey to understand how are other people doing this work too, right? I love listening to podcasts. It's how I end every day.
is listening to podcasts, both from strategic thinkers in the world, people that help me make sense of the news, but also just other change makers and people doing good things all around the world. I think we're living in such a lucky time where we have this share of information and strategies for so many people to do good.
Beautiful. How do you define wisdom in your life?
You know, it's such an interesting question, because, you know, to me, wisdom, when I think of wise people, I think of people with a lot of experience, you know, that have lived a life, right? Sometimes we'll say, oh, that young person is wise beyond their years, you know, and so you've got people that really are deep thinkers at an early age. For me, wisdom is all about sharing experience. And a life well lived, right? I think wisdom is the culmination of your life's journey. You know, what were some of the experiences that shaped your life, that shaped who you are and the community that you serve? You know, you and I are both great fans of Marshall Goldsmith, right? Yes. And whenever I talk to Marshall, his life experience and the way that he is able to share what he's learned, to me, that's wisdom, right? It's not just knowing a lot of stuff, it's sharing that experience. How do you take that knowledge and that wisdom and share it with the people around you? And no one does it better than Marshall, you know? And I will tell you that the reason that I said yes to your email is because Marshall taught me that when people ask for help, or they ask you to endorse a book, or they ask you for your opinion, there's only one answer, and the answer is always yes. Wow. Now, I wasn't always that way. You know, I think a lot of people think that wisdom is acquiring a lot of knowledge and keeping it to yourself for your advantage, right? I know stuff you don't know, and that gives me the upper hand, right? I think true wisdom is gaining a lot of great knowledge and then making sure that you share it with people that need it and ask for it. So, you know, I was so touched that you thanked me for responding to your email. I'm thinking you should thank Marshall because he's the one that taught me to say yes to all those things. Isn't that interesting how wisdom cascades, you know, wisdom ripples. Wow. And it was from Marshall to me to you.
Yeah. And just because of that kind gesture that you did to us, it's really hard for my wife and I to ever say no to anyone that asks us for help. And this one also, and you know, so every time that someone asks us for help, and even if we are busy with something, we're trying to delay to saying yes at a later time, but we're always trying to do it as much as we could do. And Vivian always told me it's all because of Chester. And
well, and see, that's how wisdom gets transferred, right?
Yeah.
It's from person to person to person, those acts of kindness. You know, I am such a fan of random acts of kindness. You know, it costs you nothing to be kind. It costs you nothing to hold the door or help somebody with their packages or, you know, give them a kind word or a pat on the back. It was interesting. Just last night, my wife and I were at the grocery store and we were buying various and sundry things, you know, for the next few days. And the woman at the checkout was just delightful. You know, and often, you know, jobs like that, they're hourly jobs and they kind of survive the day, get the paycheck, go home. She was so engaging. She was so friendly and so lovely that we have a tradition in our family. Let's see if I can find one that makes sense here. We have these little gratitude stones that I carry with me. And she was so wonderful. I said, hey, I've got a little gift for you. It's a good luck gratitude stone. And she goes, oh, really, for me? And I said, yeah, you know, it's a stone because a stone in the pond makes the water ripple.
just like your wonderful smile and your wonderful positivity. So I hope it brings you good luck. And she goes, oh my gosh, I will carry this with me everywhere. You know? And I thought, I buy these by the hundreds, by the way. And, you know, they cost $1 or whatever. It took 20 seconds to have that conversation and to then see her smile and put that stone on her register and to know that she'll carry it with her. Why not? You know, why wouldn't you? And
Wow.
I love just little random acts of kindness. And my wife said, well, you made her day. And I said, you know, I know you, my wife knows this. I set a goal to uplift a stranger every day.
Beautiful.
So somebody I come across, can I do something kind for them? Can I give them a kind word? Can I give them a little gratitude stone? And you know this because you do this. Not only does it make their day happy, it makes your day happy. I mean, you always feel good. When you say yes to those people, you and your wife, of course it lifts them up. It also lifts you up, doesn't it? I mean, you feel great about being of service and helping somebody.
You never stop thinking, but you have to be careful that your thinking is a healthy thinking and it's growth as well, because there's so many people in our world overthinking at the moment, and I do call them fleeting thoughts. So there's so many people with thoughts that just run round and round and round and round again on them, and they can't get their minds to stop. I used to have that many years ago. I was in roles that were probably quite pressurized in sales, and I remember having that overthinking, and I had to learn tools and techniques to be able to stop that happening, because that's not healthy for your mind or your body, nor is it productive, because you're using energy to do all that overthinking, which means you've got less energy to do the actions or the clear strategic thinking that you need to be doing to find solutions. So, and to your point about people have so many distractions in their world right now and that they're thinking less, never has there been more material available to them around tools and techniques to teach them how to healthy think and work those minds in a way that, you know, they can change their lives. But what I see is we've all the information available, it's all on our phones. Most people are not using their phones to learn. They're using their phones to distract them. And therefore, you know, what we're creating and what you see then in the world is this mass of anxiety. So, you know, it's lack of belief in themselves, I see as a massive, I think that's a pandemic on its own.
Yeah.
And I think it's growing. So the more I see, particularly teenagers, but also in adults as well, I think society is teaching people to self-loathe and critique themselves and each other far too much. If you want to figure out how to make a human happy and at its most productive, that's not the way you train them. If you want a human to be happy and at its most productive and doing amazing things, then you teach it to love itself and to know self-worth, self-esteem, self-value, confidence, right? But society doesn't really support that, because so many people have been taught, be humble, don't be arrogant. And you've heard things like, particularly at this side of the world, there would be a lot of, who does she think she is? There would be a lot of, she's too big for her boots. There would be a lot of terminology used around wealth and abundance that frames it as something bad. Now, I'm not saying greed is healthy, but abundance is healthy in relationships, in your finances, in your life. Yet, that is not the way most, you know, are taught in society. It's very much like, play down your unique talents, fit in, be compliant, fit in the box, do what everybody else does. And I think there's a whole piece there around, you know, we are encouraging humans to be sheep, and humans don't work best when they're sheep. Humans work best when they're learning and their neurons are fired up, when they like themselves, when they appreciate who they are and know their values. that's when you get a human at their best.
Wow.
It's first giving myself my moment of quiet and scheduling it, because it is hard, with the busyness of our life. But process my thinking, I first think about, okay, what did I have planned? What was in my plan? And what did I actually do? From that. But I look at that first to give myself a sense and a real honest look of, am I getting closer to what I want to achieve? And then I look beyond me and to think and say, what am I seeing in others, or seeing in the organization I'm in or the organizations I support, that I need to be adjusting, what I need to do, the services I offer, how I guide others. I put myself in the place of the people I serve. And so I think about what it is that they're dealing with and what is most important in their mind. And I process that in a way to say, how does this change what I'm going to be set up to do now?
Wow.
And so I look inward. Yeah, I start there because I just need to get that out. That's me. I just, like I said, what did I set out to do, and how did I get, how I progress in that way? But then I focus on the people I serve. What are they set out to do? And how am I helping them achieve it? Am I focused on the right things? So there's the two components, is the way I process inward, outward thinking, to then give me the sense of, I then go back to what I envision for myself. I'll look at strategy, I'll look at plans, certainly, but am I doing what is in the interest of what I envision?
How have you been growing your ability to think?
Well, I think again, it's intentional. Again, it's having that intention of wanting to continue to be a learner, wanting to be curious, all of that stuff. In the coaching I do now, the first stage of my coaching process with the CEOs I coach is about awareness. Are you aware of who you are, and are you happy with that person? And do you know how you are impacting others? And a lot of them don't know how they're impacting others because they've never taken the opportunity to find out. So we talk to their stakeholders and say, hey, how is this person's leadership style either helping you or not helping you? Because the leader has to change, not the person that they're leading.
Sure. So I consume so much audio content. And this is my process. So I read a physical book most mornings. I have a routine in the morning where I am always working my way through some typically nonfiction. I read fiction on vacation and trips and travel, and I read nonfiction for personal development when I just during the regular work week. And so I will be reading a book at any given point in time. I'm not really a read 5 books at one time kind of person. I do one at a time, just go straight through, assuming I like it and I finish it. So I do a book at a time that way. And then I have a 1-hour walk every day. So because I sit and teach and stand and teach so much, I do a lot of sitting, and in order to stay healthy and to have good habits coming out of COVID, I realized I've got to get out of the house and really take care of my body so that my body and my mind are well and last a long time. So I have an hour walk every morning, and not every morning. Sometimes I have quiet white space and I just let my mind wander. But a lot of times I use that to listen to videos and podcasts. And this is what happens to me every time I listen to a video or podcast. I'm not exaggerating. Every time I'm like 80% listening to what the speaker is saying as I'm walking. And then 20% of my mind is trying to apply what they're saying. So an example might be if it's a marketing podcast, they're talking about launching a digital course. Well, even if I'm not about to launch a digital course, I'm thinking about the process of their funnel, or I'm thinking about how they answered people's questions, or I'm thinking about the secrets they share, how, what worked, and I'm applying it to something I have coming up. And invariably I have to stop, pause it, and then my staff all works remotely. We're in 4 different states in the US. So I have to jump on my voicemail app and I talk to my phone and I say, okay, team, here's what I want to do. Get the message out there to the staff, and we talk about it later, but it's basically a placeholder for me to say, don't let me forget to come back and tell you about this thing. And so that's how I stay curious and how I learn. And I have podcasts. I listen to all the major sales podcasts. I shouldn't say all, there's a lot out there, but I listen to many of the major sales podcasts, but I listen to so many other kinds of podcasts too. And that's the other thing I would encourage for your listener is that, like, one of my favorites is called, I've really been on a kick lately for Creative Conversations, which is put out by Fast Company. And they interview poets and actors and all kinds of creatives. And it's not about selling. But every time I listen, there's something I pull from it that seems to make sense to me about entrepreneurship. And so I think even crossing across industry really serves us, because it gives us more of those fresh ideas.
How have you been growing your ability to think and expand it?
Well, thank you for thinking that I think. We'll just start with that. I think for me, and this is just for me, curiosity has been one of the best attributes that I've found that I can develop in my life. Not just taking at face value what's presented to me. How did you come to that conclusion? What's the evidence that actually supports what you're saying here? And in today's politically charged environment where you've got fake news going, I mean, you've got all this stuff that whatever people are trumpeting out there. Where's the validation? Critical thinking. I think critical thinking, it's not taught in schools anymore. It used to be taught, in my experience. I mean, certainly when I was going to school, I had to actually show my work, if you will. How'd you come up with that answer? Show your work. So there was evidence based questions that were part of my upbringing. I mean, starting with my parents. How did you come to that conclusion? You're upset about something. Why do you think that's what it is? And that would stop me. I was going, because it's not an answer. What's the evidence you're using to support your upset? Oh, I don't have any. I'm just upset. Okay, well then let's back up the truck and start all over again. So the idea of critical thinking, just being curious. What's the source? And this goes. I think honestly, it goes hand in hand with emotional intelligence. Self-awareness is the foundation of emotional intelligence, and this idea of awareness. What's the source of my emotional experience today? What's the source of this behavior that I feel compelled to do? What's the source of it? I mean, just that question, what's the source of this? It gives me pause. Viktor Frankl,
yes,
talked about between stimulus and reaction, there's a space. In that space, if you curate it well, you can make a different choice. In that space, you have to think before you behave, before you act. In that space, think. And then you'll know what to do next.
Beautiful, beautiful. And if people can have that space for a little longer, for them to think, you see how beautiful the world would be, right? Would become, yes.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I promised my wife to ask the last question. It's going to be a bizarre question, in case it's not related to this conversation at all. But if you had a chance to travel time and to meet you at the age of 18, all right? And you have a message to talk to your own self at 18 years old. Okay. So what would this 75 years old Blaine talk to the 18 years old Blaine? What message?
Take more risks.
Take more risks.
Yeah, take more risks. Yeah, take action faster. Those two things. Take action faster and take more risks.
I think I first had to see that analyzation wasn't insight. Analyzing and ruminating wasn't aha moments and out of the blue ideas. That those moments came from somewhere else. Now, my analytical brain, my intellectual thinking, I love that part of me, and it's valuable for all leaders and for all of us as human beings. But we have a whole nother resource available to us that I don't know we've thought much about. And that resource is that kind of inner well of being, that essence where those out of the blue ideas come, where we can be driving and you know, have a fresh idea come to us that we're all excited about. And so when I saw that shifts of consciousness, shifts of understanding, new insight it's a vertical lane, right? It's kind of, it's something changing inside. And then there's all my data compiling and my analyzation and my looking and observing, and that's more horizontal. See, I somehow thought that if I had it enough, if I thought about it enough, somehow it would lead to something. And I realized, like, oh yeah, no, it's a different channel. And then how do we access that channel is what you and I have said. Freer, more spacious. So what am I doing to take things off my mind? What am I doing to come more into the present moment? What am I doing to create space in my day and my schedule and my life? Because there is a relationship between that spaciousness and the quality ideas we get and the quality thinking. And so that do I know the difference inside of me? And once I started to get my own nuanced feeling of, oh yeah, there's this deeper channel, this like other channel with creative thinking and well-being and more perspective. And then there's my mind, which has a ton of good data and information and analysis and rumination. But if I had to, if like this is impossible, right? But I would say prior to getting more curious about where creativity comes from, where new ideas and connection lives in us, I was living my life here. I was living my life in the intellectual and the processing and the and I loved it. It was fun and interesting and fascinating. But when I started to open myself up to this other place in us that has kind of different quality of life and feeling and thinking, that's when my ideas, my well-being, my ability to connect to people in a more impactful way, that was the game changer. Not getting better this.
What's a secret sauce for you to grow your thinking capability over the years, Carrie?
My students.
Your students.
100% by my students. My students give me, I learn more from them than they learn from me. Honestly, they do. They are brilliant. And I'm dealing with students who are 18 to 50.
Oh.
You know, there's undergraduates, there's PhDs who come back. There are older people who come back and learn at 30, 40, 50. It's fantastic. I learn from them. They make me young. I just learn from them. They're my mentors.
How have you been growing your ability to think over the years?
Yeah, for me, it's the stillness. It's the space to allow myself to look at the experiences I've had and extract the lessons from them. So sometimes that's a moving meditation of me walking and just being in my head while I'm moving. Sometimes that's breath work. Sometimes that's on a yoga mat. But that space to explore the experiences deeper has allowed me to think more.
Wow.
I think for me, it is about staying curious and continuing to seek out new ideas, new information. And that has been by reading, that has been through podcasts, YouTube. There's so many incredible sources now where when I first moved to Zambia, I thought, I'm in this tiny little country in the middle of Africa. I have access to nothing. That's not true anymore. I have access to the whole world because of the internet and shows like yours and so on. I think for me, it's curiosity, and it's a curiosity about who I am as well, and wanting to delve deeper and peel off more layers of that onion, and then of course use that information to help others. So to continue to help myself think, it's about being curious, about questioning things and learning more, broadening my own perspective, realizing that if I only know this, I'm in my little box here. The more I know, the more I expose myself, the more the wider my perception can be.
Beautiful. How have you been growing your ability to think?
I've been growing my ability to think in two ways. One is by expanding the reading I do, and I do very wide reading, and so that's always keeps my ideas stimulated. Again, as a writer, you're stimulated by books, but also by talking to colleagues and people I work with, and really trying to ask them questions about issues that I'm dealing with in my work or that I see people dealing with in their work, and how do you handle it, and what have you had success with, and trying to keep these conversations very, very positive, staying away from the kind of conversations where you're lamenting things or, people today just don't, or whatever, trying to stay on very positive conversations and be curious about the experiences my colleagues are having.
Beautiful, beautiful. The next question is about the past again, but now you travel down to the past to see yourself, okay? So that will be 2 points in life that I want to carry back. The first point is when the little Sally first picking the book that inspired her to become a writer, okay? So if you had the chance to talk to that Sally, little girl, what message would you talk to her?
It would be to have faith and confidence in yourself, number one, but also to find a really powerful way and a concise way to articulate what it is you want to contribute. I think that's one of the things we can all benefit from, is having a real, very firm sense of what is the specific thing we are trying to contribute to the world. And the way I kept thinking of it was, I want to be a writer. Okay, that's fine. But that doesn't let anybody know what I'm trying to contribute, how I'm trying to change the world. And I would have said, start thinking about that early so you can be clear about it.
Beautiful. So the next one is when you're in that ballroom and the leader, Roger, ignore your idea and everybody ignore your idea. So if you had a chance to talk to yourself at that moment, and what message would you tell to that Sally?
I would say, don't be defensive.
Don't be offensive.
Which I wasn't. And don't feel insulted, but don't apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. I think that what amazes me is that at that moment, and I guess I was 35 or something, that somehow it just came out of me to say, no, I'm not afraid to say what I think, in a perfectly nice, normal way. So what I would say is, good response. Stay with that. Stay with that kind of response. Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. How have you been growing your ability to think?
That's a big question. I think, I have good colleagues whom I'm working with. And of course, I haven't been a very good pupil when I was young, but because at that time it was not so important how good you are at school, because you could just access university anyway. Now the situation has been really changed a lot. So, but at that time also already when I was young schoolboy, I was quite interested in the subject philosophy.
So teach us your way of expanding your ability to think so that we can share back to our audience, please.
What I learned, people, social creatures, and that's important. We evolved from sitting around campfires after hunting all day and trying to survive all day. But we talked. When we sat around those campfires, we talked. And we told each other of what our experiences of the day were. We shared with each other the good hunting grounds, the good gathering grounds, where the dangers were. That is still true today. When we sit around a meal, or we sit around in a circle and we talk to each other and we share our experiences, we're learning. We're learning from each other. Sometimes it's about learning what I don't like. If I don't know where I want to be, it's about learning where I don't want to be. If I don't know what I want to do, it's about learning what I don't want to do. There's the key, I think, to improving the way I think is listening to other people. It's about learning.
Beautiful.
Just simple learning.
Thank you very much.
I would say my ability to think, to get out of my head. Sometimes it's going for a walk. Sometimes it's journaling. Sometimes it's reading and taking the time to reflect on what I've learned, what I would like to share with someone else. But it really is creating that space. And I can remember there was a LinkedIn Live Whitney Johnson did during COVID, and I am a huge fan of her work. I will openly admit it. And she was talking about, how sometimes we get caught in the scrolling, where we're overwhelmed, and so when we find ourselves getting caught in scrolling, what is the activity we can use to shift us? What does that look like? And so, often when I find myself, and I find that's happening for me when I'm overwhelmed, when I'm feeling tired. So I find actually, I'm not a gifted pianist, but I can play the piano. I can only play it for short periods of time, but I find just that simple movement of getting in front of the keyboard, looking at what I can play. Sometimes I have to use the circle of fifths because I'm missing my mobility. My right hand isn't that great. But it's shifting your activity. If you find you're getting caught in something that you're not connecting with yourself, how can you create that connection? Maybe it's walking on the grass, like just walking, getting away. And I think the technology in a lot of cases is impeding our ability to think. So what is the way for each of us to connect with ourselves? Maybe that's a reflection. Maybe that is going for a walk. Maybe that is coloring. Adult coloring books, I think everyone should have. They're a beautiful thing to do. Maybe it's creating a vision board. Maybe it is listening to a podcast. Maybe I think the opportunities are endless. Maybe it's getting out your favorite cookbook and making a recipe that you're going to share with your friends, or make that recipe, invite a friend over for tea or coffee, or take it into work to share with your colleagues.
how have you been improving your ability to think over the years?
Thank you. So at the risk of repeating myself, meditation and eventually smiling meditation specifically, I think better when I'm regularly meditating, and that can mean both, sitting meditation, right, with my eyes closed, and it can also mean meditating as I'm walking around, right, breathing or sending love to the people around me, whatever the case may be, always with a smile, because so many people, most people, right, our brains are overactive, and there's so much information coming all the time, right? Television, phones, media. I mean, there's information overload like never before. So, part of thinking is, in my experience, is discerning where to put that focus, right? So instead of trying to deal with all of the things and respond to all the things and chase all the things, it's like, okay, wait a minute, let me step back, let me breathe, let me look at this thing that needs some attention and some awareness, and let me try to be with it gently and not push it forward, and maybe let me do a little bit of thinking about it, and let me go take a shower. Let me go take a walk and see what else happens, right? Because I know my brain is, a crazy, incredible supercomputer. And I also know, or seem to understand, that, I'm probably only using about, what do they say, 12% of its capability, right? So I'm thinking the more I step back and open my heart and let my mind soften, the more my brain and my thinking are going to kick in high gear and be a partner for me rather than me trying to make something happen.
So instead of having the brain like this, closed like this,
yes.
having the brain open like this, right?
Yep.
So how have you been growing your ability to think over the years?
When Randy and I were starting the Entertainment Technology Center, before we had students, we would fly out to California and meet with the heads of all these companies that we knew that our students would want to work for. And so we went out and we met with Pixar. Now this is Pixar right after they made Toy Story. Okay, so they were still the little company that could in San Rafael, California, in Marin County. And Randy and I were like taking bets because we were going to ask them being John Lasseter, the Chief Creative Officer of Pixar, and Ed Catmull, the Chief Technology Officer, if there is only one class that they would want every Pixar employee to have taken, what would that be? And so in the hotel, Randy and I are like, oh, they're going to want C++ programming. No, they're going to want C# programming. No, they're going to want this. We go meet in the meeting. We ask that question. And Ed Catmull, the Chief Technology Officer, says, improvisational acting. And I'm like, huh? Because I had suggested improvisational acting back in Pittsburgh before the trip because I viewed it as the only living example of non-linear storytelling, which is what it is, because you don't know what's going to happen, but you've got to be on your toes for when the ideas come, when the actor says something. And I said to Ed Catmull, wow, why do you say that? And he says, because it's the best team building exercise. It's team building because in improvisational acting, it only works if your response to everything is yes and. Yes and. So I might start off saying, okay, it's a domestic story, and we're all in the kitchen, and I'm going to be mother, and you're going to be the father. And then all of a sudden the father says, well, I've got something to be honest with you. I'm actually an alien from outer space. You don't sit there going, well, that's stupid. That's stupid. Instead, you've got to go, okay, didn't see that coming. All right, let me build upon that. And so I've always made it a point to willfully engage in something I don't know, but which is popular among a particular demographic, like young people. Esports was that, okay? Esports. I didn't know what the hell esports was until, like in Korea, they have what are called PC bong, and bong is Korean word meaning room, so PC room, and you go in there and they're playing video games. It's like, okay, all right. But it was from there that they started to do esports. And it was like, wow, what is this thing? Called esports. And I started to hang out with them knowing that I don't play those games. My fingers ain't going to do what you can do. But clearly you're fascinated by this. Clearly you're immersed in this. So why? What's the appeal? And that's how I learn. I listen to them. I ask questions. And the funny thing is, I'm now considered an expert on the esports industry. I don't play the games, but I can tell you where the money is. I can tell you what are the up and coming games. I can tell you what the teams are. I can tell you the best tournaments and all that. So, and all of that is by approaching people that know more than I do, saying, teach me or let me learn from you.
Sophia, over the years, what did you do to expand your thinking capability?
Well, to be honest, reading a lot. People laugh at me because I read self-help books, and people laugh very much at me. But to be honest, I'd say that I'm getting good results. Reading a lot of books, watching, maybe, for example, following people on social media that you believe that are on the path that you want to join. Talking to people, what happens? The law of attraction is really magical because you somehow get connected to people that are in the same path as you. And sometimes believing that and starting creating the structure that you want to look for makes you attract the people that can help you and give you that, like us meeting was purely law of attraction.
Beautiful, yeah.
Because I can see that you have a really pure soul, and it makes me glad that we can be living in different parts of the world, like literally on the other side of the world, and still be connecting in this way.
Yeah. And I believe that law of attraction will help us to expand our works and spread it further, because like you say, it's a pure attention to helping people to flourish. And I love what you do. And my job is to make sure that I become a part of that journey to keep it accelerate further. Okay. I have a few last questions for our conversation today.
Yes.
So we know the past already. And you mentioned one thing during the conversation that's really important, that get yourself into the room of the people who are smarter than you, but always be the dumbest person in the room. So, and in this world, so many people out there are trying to outsmart other people, trying to say things that wise, trying to show how smart they are, and don't want to be seen as a dumb person. So, but being dumb in the room, giving you a lot of opportunity to learn and to grow. So it's a character right there. So how can I come into a room and be the dumb person in the room?
I'd say by being humble. That's the biggest lesson I've learned in my life. When you go into a room, you're in some kind of way, you're always going to be the dumbest because everybody knows stuff that you don't. And the thing is that you need to look where is the stuff that those people know that you don't. And that's the point of being the dumbest in the room, learning from each other. And I'd say that being humble is the biggest tool. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm the humblest person in the world. When I go to my house, I'm like, yes, I rock. And my sister and my mom laugh and they're like, well, your ego's a little high. And it's like, you're my family. Like, what do you care? You know I'm humble. You know I'm humble outside. But yeah, by being humble would be the nicest way to allow yourself to be the dumbest in the room, knowing that you don't know it, you don't know everything. If you ever get into a place and you say, well, I'm the best person here and I'm the professional and I'm the expert, well, to be honest, it could work in your specific area of expertise. Like if I go to a meeting with a client and I'm the lawyer, of course I'm going to be probably the expert on law. But if this client works in the winery industry, I'm not going to be the expert on that. And I can't pretend to be the expert on that and be the smartest in the room. I'm not going to be the smartest. And probably regarding that topic, I'm going to be the dumbest. And probably regarding law, I'm not going to be the smartest either, because there's ChatGPT and there's Google and there's everything. Like there's a lot of tools that can outsmart you. So, yeah.
Wow. That's the power of humble, or being humble. So every opportunity like this is a wonderful opportunity for us to ask, the secrets behind thinking, right? So Holger, how have you been growing your ability to think over the years?
Oh my gosh. How did I grow my ability to think? Well, probably one. I mean, there might be different ways. First of all, I'm not sure about my ability to have grown my thinking. But clearly, I mean, I'm a curious student, so I'm reading a lot of books. And I make it a habit, to say, what is the one or two or three important ideas that I wanna keep. And by the way, a lot of the books have 300 pages and they don't even have, I mean, they have one idea, but they turn it into 300 pages. Sometimes it's very frustrating for me, right? But there's most of the time, if they passed a certain threshold of popularity, they got a few good ideas and I capture them. And in a way, in my little journal. But not just as wisdoms, words of wisdom, but the way I read them is always through the lens of how can I engage other people in that conversation. So it is, more often than not, starts with a question and then said, how about this or how about that? So I'll give you an example. I mean, there's fantastic books out there. Atomic Habits, Immunity to Change, and I mean, they take a lot of pages, but the point is they got some I always read them with the filter of how can I take what's in there to engage people in a very meaningful conversation that gets them to a better place. Not just reading them for insight or reading them for, oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's a nice story. No. Is there anything useful to engage a group of people to be at a better place of thinking and acting, of course? And you'd be surprised how little from a book is left on that. But if you had all these kind of pearls, around it, you get to a powerful repertoire of interventions that now you just need to listen to a group to see which of those pearls really would help them.
Wow.
And you are a curious reader, I'm sure. I mean, you're probably a reading maniac. I mean, you're reading everything that's around, right? I'm sure.
Yeah. Mariana, how have you been growing your ability to think over the years?
Being still.
Be still.
Yes, and being with yourself. And I've learned, unfortunately, that a lot of people can't stay with themselves. I have learned during the years, also because of my stages or periods of loneliness, but also from my childhood, that being with yourself and with nature, in the nature, but not necessarily, but being with yourself is something that helps me so much to understand myself, my feelings, my thoughts, and also connecting, because as I said, calling, ideas, these things are coming to us in a way. This is how I would describe. Maybe some people would describe like this, thinking is something like this. It will come to your mind and go out, and you would pick some thoughts. For me, it's like this. So, coming from somewhere, but in order to have these thinking abilities and also to analyze and also to understand, you just need to be still in with your thoughts, and give yourself time. And I have periods in my life, even when I had this intense working of 2-3 days, when I would do anything. I wouldn't be in my phone. I wouldn't answer the phone. I wouldn't stay on internet. I wouldn't read a book. I would do nothing. I would just think, and not necessarily staying in bed or in nature or somewhere. I can do like physical work sometimes. I don't know, cleaning also helps, or walking or running in the morning. Also, a lot of thoughts come to the mind, but sometimes just staying in the field and looking at the clouds flying, or hearing the grass dancing, or birds singing, and relaxing. I think deep relaxation of your body, release that space where new can come in.
Wow, where new can come in, right? How have you been growing your ability to think over the years, Simon?
Great question, Har. So how I've grown my ability to think is by leaning into the fact that diversity is power. Now, here's what I mean by the statement, diversity is power. If you only look at your competitors, The truth is you can only be as good as your competitors. Now, for you to be innovative, for you to be creative, for you to be a true original, you've got to look outside of your industry. Look at other industries where people are doing really well. So when I built my environment, I was very intentional to have diversity built in. So I would spend time with a film director, I would spend time with a musician, I would spend time with a chef, I would spend time with a poet. And the reason I did that was because the more diverse my network, the more creative my imagination, and the more lessons I would gain from someone who is not necessarily connected to the industry that I work in. So that would feed my creativity, that would feed my idea on how to be original. So when I published the book Energize back in 2022, we did some incredible things purely because we had diversity built in to the network that helped me to think different. So we partnered with a hotel, and the bar in this hotel, which at the time was the best bar in the world, they created a cocktail, a special cocktail called Energize, named after my book. So for 4 weeks after publication, if you walked into the bar and you ordered the cocktail, it would be presented on a signed copy of my book. And then we partnered with a chef and we created a 6-course dinner menu in which each course was inspired by a message from my book. And then we did one of the world's first book launches in the metaverse, where you put on these virtual reality goggles and your avatar would be in this virtual conference room engaging with me as a speaker. And so all of these ideas of being able to think different in order to kind of still remain an eternal student came down to leaning into diverse inputs. The more diverse your inputs, the greater the probability for you to think different, for you to think in an original way, or for you simply to connect dots in a way that has never been connected before.
How have you been growing your ability to think over the years?
One of the things that helps me is that I live quite remotely in Scotland. So I live out in the countryside, so I can make space to think. I have 3 dogs, so I walk with my dogs. And what I do when I walk with my dogs is I think. And I think about constructive things. So here is a question. How do we solve our problems in life? And the answer is by asking constructive questions.
So how have you grown your ability to think over the years, Patricia?
Making time for ourselves, I believe, is as important as listening to others. So listening my inner self is part of my daily obligation. I don't ignore my own feelings, my own doubts, my own concerns. And while many times I might not have a sounding board to share my feelings or my concerns with, I tend to look for this time of solitude and think about them, and think about them not in a dramatic way, but in a serious way, because I find those concerns and problems or decisions to be important. So I take them seriously, and I also think it's part of your daily routine to have some physical activity and also have some mental activity where you think through and make sure that you check with yourself that you're doing well, and give yourself the opportunity of thinking.
Wow, beautiful. Then I'll bring you to the moment of 10 years old. In the family of 6 siblings, noisy everywhere, right? And you try to find a place that quiet for you to read. So now you and I travel to that place at that quiet time for us to meet that Patricia. And you're going to tell her about her journey in life, the experience, any kind of things that you can share to that little young Patricia. So if you can pick only one thing that you share with her about the wisdom you want her to embrace on, what would that be?
I'd say, don't be afraid. Go for it.
Don't be afraid. Go for it. Okay. Maybe a little explanation.
I promote to my team that they make their own decisions. They can come and check with me, but I do promote, hey, what would you do? What would you decide? And I think that the worst happens when your doubts are so big that you don't make decisions, which to me is much worse than making a mistake. Making a mistake or failing is part of the journey, right? Not making decisions is just keeps you still where you are. You might be alive, but you're not moving forward. So don't be afraid. Go for it.
Wow.
How have you been growing your ability to think over the years?
So it's different for everybody. I think that's important for your audience to know, is that the answer I give you is different than others, which is great. You told me in the beginning of this, before we went on air, that you're going to get several people to give their perspective. So my perspective, I'll give you an example. Over time, it's been self-reflection. And just a few days ago, I was on a business trip down in the Caribbean Ocean on an island down there, the Dominican Republic. And I was in a pool, a great big long swimming pool, not the ocean, but a swimming pool at the hotel. And it was tiled with blue tiles on the bottom. And I swam for an hour each morning just by myself in this pool. There was nobody else. It was 50 meters long, but nobody else was in there. It was too early in the morning, right as the sun was coming up. And I just reflected the whole time I was in there. I thought about everything. My mind just went everywhere, to my life, fun experiences. I went to the job that I was doing there. I'm on the board of directors for a company called Modern Woodman. My responsibilities on the board, all the great people I have met. So I have found that over time, I've swam my whole life, and I've walked most of my life, just 4 or 5 miles, so like 10 kilometers maybe, walking every morning. I've done yoga. I've done scuba diving. All these things are things where you can go inside yourself and just connect with your spiritual side. You can think. I've really felt that just having that quiet time while I've been engaged in motion, like swimming or yoga, that kind of a movement, a meditative movement, has been very powerful for me. So I'll leave it at that. That's been my way of continuing to self-reflect, which I believe enables me to open my mind and have space and capacity to hopefully become a bit wiser in the knowledge of myself, and therefore in the knowledge of others.
How have you been growing your ability to think over the years?
How have I been growing my ability to think over the years? Right. So it's been different. It's been different at different phases of my life. And so in college and school, I remember vividly when I had the realization that I wanted to be a professor. I wanted to go into IO psychology, and I wanted to make a difference. And so I focused on not just passing exams, but deeply learning the material. And it radically changed my study habits. And I was able to follow the like basic learning principles for how to learn better. In graduate study, it was all about thinking. And then a weird thing happened. Okay, I'm going to go on a little bit of a tangent, but I think it's useful. So one of the worst things that ever happened to me was I took my I got my GRE scores, which is what you need to get into graduate school, and I did amazing on that test, and I got in everywhere I applied. What was so horrible about that was I thought I was smart. I was way better off when I did not think I was smart. Because what happened was I started to think, oh, well, I'm smart, so I don't have to work as hard. I don't have to keep learning as much because I already know everything. I mean, not really, but there was a little bit of, I mean, that happened to some degree, right? And so that's a fixed mindset, not a growth mindset, for people who study motivation and Carol Dweck's work. So it was a really, I viewed myself as this fixed entity who just was already smart. That was horrible. And so I've had to since relearn that and be like, no, okay, sure, I'm capable of learning things. I'm smart enough to learn things, but I don't just walk around being intelligent. This is something that I have to work at. And so what I've done more recently for this is, and this is where writing the book was super helpful, because I used to love to read, and then I started getting into more research, and the focus was more on writing than reading, which I shouldn't have had to trade off, but I did a little bit. And so writing this book, though, I really had to focus on reading. And so I've read more books in the last several years, than I had many years before that. And so I've gotten back into my love of reading, and it's really helped challenge myself into the ways that I can grow. And I can find authors that, that I love their work. I love the way that they think, and I can learn a lot from. And it's reignited my interest in learning more broadly.
The question for you is, how have you been growing your ability to think over the years?
How have I been growing my ability to think? And I don't know if this is because it's as we get older. It could be. It could very well be. I think for me, as I have lived longer on this earth, I have realized how much smaller I actually am, and how being more, I don't want to say having more humility. That's not what I'm saying, because confidence is very important, but I think I said it again. And every time I say, that's what I want to look at. What are the times where I say I think? And when I say I think, that tells me I'm not sure that my thought is true, but it's true for me. When I say, I think we should, or, you know what I think? it's almost a way of saying, this is what I absolutely know to be true, but I don't know if you're going to think that. Like, I really think that 100%, I'm not going to say I think, that 100% is what it is. And so my thinking, I'm going to share that if there's something that you believe is a weakness in you, for me it was education. If there is something that you think you need to do, the only way is to listen to your body. And my thinking changed as I got older. I don't know if it was the thinking. I think it was my being able to be open to learning. That changed my thinking. My ability to be more open to learning, which means put the ego aside, right? And learn from people who are younger than you, older than you. We don't know everything. It's why I'm so grateful for what you and your wife are creating with this podcast, because it is opening up the world to new perspectives, and it's based on lived experience. There is no greater teacher than lived experience. So sometimes it's not just listening more to others, it's listening to your body, and it's listening to what you know is true about yourself. If you know that you constantly procrastinate, then find support or guides and be full of humility and get someone to help you with that. Just listen and constantly be able to grow, like to want to. I think the ego has a lot to do with it. I really do.
Yeah, you want to, right?
Mm.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So, Professor Kurt, how have you been growing your ability to think over the years?
Well, that is a difficult question. That is a very difficult question. I never thought about this. So, I think there are two things we have to differentiate. We have two systems in our brain. One is thinking deliberately, so conscious thought, and the other system is unconscious thought. We could also call it intuition. And I very much believe in intuition. Rely on your gut feelings. Because intuition is not a magical sixth sense. It's a very rapid, unconscious pattern recognition that comes with an emotion. So if you have enough experience in a field, very often you have an intuition which tells you this is what you should decide or what you should do, and you cannot really explain why. It's just a gut feeling. But this gut feeling is based on a lot of experience you have in a field. So many decisions I make are based on gut feeling, are based on intuition. And I learned to trust my intuition. But one important thing, rely only on your intuition if you have enough experience in this field. Because if you don't have enough experience, your mind is not able to recognize these patterns.
Beautiful, beautiful. How have you been growing your ability to think over the years?
Oh,
I actively look for ways to challenge myself. I think yeah. When you were explaining the I think thing, it's like my mantra has been, what am I missing? What am I missing here? What am I missing? That probably goes back in a bit to the agency too. I mean, the CIA is all about like, what are we missing? But personally, what am I missing? And I think every year I plan for my own development. This past year, I did something for me was very challenging. I went back to school at King's College in the UK. Remember the French and psychology. I love how your initial question like just circles back to, brings everything full circle. I went to finish a certification through King's College in the UK on the psychology and neuroscience of mental health.
Wow.
Because I really wanted to do a deeper dive into psychology and also neuroscience. So I'm beginning to understand brain science better so I can serve my clients better. The neuroscience part was completely new territory and it was challenging. And it was so good for me. And it was so hard. And it expanded my mind in ways that some days it didn't want to be. It was tough, and I spent so much time this past year doing deep dive and studying and learning and writing, studying and then turning around and writing critical papers on topics I just learned about. So it was such a development for my own brain, and I look for those every year. I look for opportunities that challenge me in that way.
Beautiful. So you plan ahead for your personal development also. Wonderful.
Yep, I do. Absolutely.
Wonderful. Over the years, how have you been helping you to improve your ability to think, Bruce?
I think I've improved it by just reading a lot. You know, I read books, I read magazine articles, journal articles, newspapers. So I read quite a bit on a number of different subjects. And I think, you know, how do all these things compare? So it may or may not be about thinking as a discipline, because I think there it's something where is maybe individual to people about how they, you know, carve out time for thinking or get rid of distractions if that's possible. But I would say I'm always thinking. You know, I'm a pretty introspective person. So, but a lot of it is reflection on things like what I've read or what I've maybe seen on something like what you and I are doing now, or a television show. So I feel all that helps me thinking, because I feel I am good at making connections between, and this is something Drucker did a lot, you know, making connections between disparate parts of thought or of things that you read. So I feel that being a big reader is really helpful, but then also reflecting about that, reflecting about what you read and about thinking about how does this relate to my life or my work as a leader or my work in business or whatever it might be. So I think that's a very key thing, you know, reading, observing, listening, you know, and then relating it to your life. I also take a lot of notes, you know, if I can. It's hard in conversation, but I might try to remember something and write it down later or put it into my iPhone of things. So I try to keep notes on things and then go back to them. And I find that that is very, very helpful. And I think that's something that's, you know, easy. It's something that people can do because, you know, just take out a pen and paper or type it into your phone. If somebody has said something that you find, kind of really interesting, or you've had an experience that you found quite interesting, or they're watching your show, and they could pause it, or maybe if they're listening to the recording, and pause it and write down something. So I would really recommend that, and that's something that worked for me that I think probably has worked for lots of other people as well.
Over the years, how have you been nurturing your ability to think, John?
Yeah. You know what? I honestly, I believe that thinking was more the problem than it was a solution. I think what I've come to understand, and I say this especially as a man, that life prepared me pretty well to think. Life did not prepare me very well to feel. And I would say my biggest growth over the last 10 years has been learning more about the spiritual and emotional sides of myself.
Wow.
And because those are the things that society does not prepare men for, in particular. I think I grew up in a household that emotions were generally bad. Showing emotions was tended to be felt as a sign of weakness. And I think I've been emotionally stunted. And I think that's not a whole person, right? It's not a whole person who has a very well developed brain and can think and reason and logic, but doesn't balance that with feel, doesn't balance that with their heart, right? Or whatever you want to call it, right? But I think that developing as a society, I think we put too much emphasis on thinking and the head, and maybe not enough emphasis on how we develop whole people. So how are you connected spiritually? How do you feel? How are you connected to other parts of yourself? I think that's maybe more important than thinking more about what I think. Right? Because one of the things I tell myself and I tell others often is, don't believe everything you think. Right? My brain has caused more problems for me than it's solved. That it's created solutions.
I think one of the things that I've learnt over the last probably 6 years is that yes, you can learn a lot from books, and I would hope that people would read mine, but I spend a lot of my time observing just people and society and social media, and like a novelist would, I suppose, observing human behavior, observing just quirkiness, strange different uses of imagery and language and different things where you think, oh, hang on a minute, that's different. And why is that? So it's not just that it's observing differences, but also questioning why. So whether you think about Gen Z women and how they've upended fashion in many respects, you look at the way in which Gen Z women are not wearing high heels in the same way and to the same degree as previous women. Why is that? Is it a combination of a more gender neutral approach to understanding of femalehood, a common part of the Me Too movement and the sort of third wave of feminism? Is it part of just the development in music and fashion? Is it also a reflection of the pandemic and the fact that we're working from home? So there's that boundary between work and play and work uniform and non-work uniform breaking down. Now, that's just, I'm just riffing here, but the broader point is that I spend a lot of my time not necessarily looking in books, but looking at the world around me. And I'm fortunate to be working in a time where I don't just have to observe people on my streets near my home in South London, but because we're online, I can observe the world. And one of the things that I deliberately do is keep my sources of information and my connections very broad, and are forever looking and trying to find new sources, new conversations, new representations of something bigger. So it's observing and then going, what's happened with that?
How have you been growing your own ability to think over the years?
To force myself into new experiences where I have to use what I already have gained over my life, but to use it in different ways. And I think that pivoting information, pivoting the way I think on a regular basis helps me improve the agility of my thinking. It helps me build on my thinking and helps me improve it. So again, I don't need to go to completely different styles of thinking, and I don't have to study different styles of thinking which aren't intuitive to me, or maybe I would reject because I just don't have the personality to accept them. But each time to push a little bit further in my thinking, apply it to something a little bit different, applying it a little bit deeper to something that I think I already know, that's what I believe helps me improve my thinking.
Beautiful.
Constantly.
So force you into the situation. So it's the word forcing. Why forcing?
I think that you have to be forced because once again, it's not easy and it's not comfortable. Anything that you want to improve, if you want to exercise your body, your muscle, you don't sit down and relax. You put effort into it. It's not easy, but the payback is great. So it could be painful, but that's rewarding. So I think that if you weren't forced into this, at least I know about me, if I'm not forced into the situation that I exercise, and force can be an internally driven force, because it's important for me to be healthy. It's important for me for my children to think that I'm a strong dad, or whatever the reason is. I'm forcing myself to do it, even though it's not enjoyable. I still gain a lot from it, and I think that's exactly the same thing with thinking. It's easier to just go about your day in the way that you've always done it. So you have to force yourself to consider new things, to force yourself into new experiences that will require you to process information differently. And that will help you improve your thinking in the long run.
Beautiful. How have you been growing your ability to think over the years?
I like the question. But by studying about myself, actually, by asking questions, using questions a lot. I think that's the, something too much. Sometimes too much. But I think that how I keep developing myself is to, developing questioning, listening, and so really, putting myself under question, right? When someone tells me something, and to basically, work with the challenge, just face the challenge, and always try to find my inner wisdom so that I can transform the pain or whatever difficulty I'm going through to actually see some light and become a little bit more knowledgeable about life. That's really what I'm doing. So I'm very persistent. I go into the challenges with determination. I know what I'm doing is hard, and I'm not dropping. It's kind of a never give up thing. Sometimes I doubt, right? I can doubt myself, like everyone. But yeah, I think that's what I'm always trying to do is to keep going to the next step.
My wife and I, we've been on the quest ourselves to help people to improve their ability to think, because we believe that our thinking these days has a lot of things that, like diminishing us to get thinking better. So for you, how have you been growing your ability to think?
Oh, it's my number one favorite pastime. I live a lot in my head. Well, I read. I'm a reader. And I think that's made a big difference. Because I grew up with no television. I grew up in Europe, and we didn't have TV. And then when we did have TV, there were no programs in English. And not that many programs in French, even. They were mostly in Flemish, strange. I grew up in Belgium. And I think I've just always taken, if I'm not taking a class about this, I'm taking a class about something else. So I'm always learning. And then I got a chip on my shoulder because at Blanchard, everyone has PhDs, or at least a master's degree. And all I had was a bachelor's degree in theater and performance arts. So I went back in my 50s to get a master's degree in neuro leadership. And it was hard. It was hard. And I really thought, okay, I've been an artist and I thought artists knew what was going on, but not so much. And now I've been a business person and I thought the business people really knew what they were doing, and come to find, not so much. And then I thought, okay, the scientists, they know. And guess what I found out? They do know a lot of things, but they don't know everything. And especially about the brain. I mean, it's talk about the final frontier, right? But I learned a lot. I learned how to think scientifically. I learned how to read scientific papers. I had a wonderful professor, a guy named, we called him Dr. Dan Radecki. He's head of R&D at Allergan. How he has time to do everything he does, I don't know. And I learned so much, and I loved kind of translating what I learned about neuroscience into useful, understandable concepts for regular people, right? Managers, leaders. Because so much is explained about how humans behave when we know a little bit about the brain. So that was great. And I just keep learning. I just got a new certificate in spiritual intelligence, which was fascinating. Fascinating. Because I think that's also a frontier for humans. I think religion has not always been helpful for people, to help people develop themselves spiritually. And I've had a whole other journey. My spiritual journey is a whole other story. But, you know, I think I love to learn, and I am curious. I think curiosity is a useful trait. I mean, yes, it did kill the cat, as my nanny used to say. And it's definitely gotten me into trouble. But so far, not trouble I haven't been able to get myself out of.
Thank you very much for sharing that. How have you been growing your ability to think over the years?
I think I've been doing a lot of the things I've been talking about. I've been continuing to read. Love reading and love learning about other possibilities of lives, whether it's science fiction or a biography or anything in between. I have continued to meet people and travel. I think that is one of the really important ways to help see the world in a different way and see different parts of the world and see how other people live and then talk with them about what's important to them. And I know it's a privilege to be able to travel a lot of different places, but as long as I can, I want to keep doing that. And then I think joining some groups like Toastmasters, which is public speaking group, really got a lot out of that. And going every week and hearing people's speeches about what's important to them in their lives. It's almost like a storytelling group in some ways, that gives an opportunity that I think is kind of rare. We don't get that very often. So choosing to do that and to listen to other people's stories and to tell my own story, or to give my own speech, whether it's a story or not, that's another really wonderful way to get insight into other people's lives and about what's important to them in a way that helps me reflect back on what's important to me.
Beautiful, beautiful. And that leads into another curious question. The old saying said that our value is the sum of the 5 people closest to us, the people that we associated most in our life, right? So what type of people is Jennifer Wisdom associated in her life?
That's so interesting. I've heard that before, and I think that's wonderful. I think most of the people that I'm closest to are stayers. They're people who have been in the same place for a while, doing the same kinds of things. And I think I don't think it's consciously intentional, but I think unconsciously it is intentional because they really ground me. They help me see the other side of the coin, where I'm moving and going and getting. They provide this secure base for me to be able to do that adventuring from. I mean, if we all were adventurers and leavers, then the world would be quite chaotic. But if we all were stayers and everybody stayed in the same place, that would be a challenge too. So it's wonderful to have a mix of these different kinds of people. And I think I tend to surround myself with people who are more stayers. That said, there are definitely some adventurers and some leavers in there as well.
Beautiful, beautiful. So at 19 years old, 18 years old, Jennifer, you went into a quest to understanding about you. Okay, and understanding about you, then understanding about other people. So now it had been years after that. Have you found the answer for what you found, what you looked for, who you are, and
Well, yes and no. Yes, I know myself much better than I did when I was 18. Um, and it's still a journey. And I think that's part of what's really exciting for me is continuing to find who I am, continuing to create who I am and who I want to be, because I've had different professions, I've had different kinds of relationships, I've had different aspects of my life that have been me taking chances and me trying new things and going different places, trying on different identities. And I'm not done with that yet.
Mitchell, in this conversation, you mentioned a golden word that we love to hear many, many times in here is the word I think. All right. And my wife and I, we form a company called Rewire Thinking Lab because we want to help people to improve their ability to think. And through conversation like this is the best way for us to help people to expand their thinking simply by listening to the experts sharing how they've been expand their ability to think. So Mitchell, how have you been growing your ability to think over the years?
You know, I in general am having somewhere between 2,000 to 2,500 meetings every year. Every meeting is an opportunity for me to grow and think. Every meeting is an opportunity for me to learn. And I talked about being likable. Likable is two things. There are two values associated with being likable. One is, I call it spreading cred dust, sharing the ideas, thoughts, and actions of others. The second is showing respect, coming early, coming prepared, coming with your heart. So every one of those meetings that I have looked at their LinkedIn, I've looked at their website. If it's me being on their podcast, I've listened to at least a couple minutes of a previous podcast. And I'm coming in with a pre-understanding of who I think that person is. And what's fascinating, if I do that, then I could sit back and listen. And as I'm sitting back and listening, they may say something that adds value to something I'm already thinking about. Normally, that's the way, whether you call it God-given gift or if you think about serendipity, there's always an opportunity when you're thinking about something for somebody else to say something that just, oh yeah, I see it. The 1 + 1 = 11, right? I see that because I'm listening for it. I'm not thinking about what do I need to say next. I'm thinking about what the person is saying. And many times when something like that's happened and it's been really big, I will say it out loud and I'll say, hey, that was amazing. That's not the way I thought about this topic. Do you mind if I quote you going forward? Do you mind if I spread your cred dust going forward? And as I did earlier in the conversation with Raji Sethi, I've spread his cred dust a couple hundred times. I don't know. I don't think it's 1,000, but at least a couple hundred times, right? And for those who know Raj, when I say that, I go, oh my God, he's amazing. And I go, yes, he is. And then we'll have a conversation about Raji Sethi for a little bit. And so I think the best way to go about showing up that way is showing up with the intent, knowing before you go into a meeting, knowing what you want to get out of the meeting. And when somebody asks, what do you want to get out of the meeting? A lot of times my response is, well, just good old fashioned networking. I want to know a little bit about you. If it makes sense, I'll be happy to tell you a little bit about me. And what I'm looking for is there any synergy in any way? And And I actually had somebody today go, yeah, unless I have a specific reason for a meeting, I don't meet with people. And I'm like, that's interesting. Best of luck with everything you do in life. I didn't say this. I can't change your opinion. So I just disconnected from him because that's not my job, right? It's my job. The way I see job, and to me, work equals fun. So I play all the time. So my role is if somebody is ready, they'll come. And whether or not I am the teacher, the master, or the student, I want to prepare myself for that scenario as many times. And typically I'm meeting with somewhere between 8 to 12 people every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I do client work on Mondays and Fridays. And so newer people are Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays. And I always come prepared. I come prepared for the favorite word I like to say. I come prepared for magic.
Over the years, how have you been improving your ability to think?
I'd say two ways. I'm going to start with a question for your audience. If I asked you, what is your most important communication skill?
Listening.
What's your gut instinct? Because I know
listening to me, I think.
Yeah, so you got it. Most people would say it's talking. Communication is to me about talking. It's about me convincing other people, of whatever I'm thinking to do what I want to do. But I think you hit the nail on the head. The most important skill, if you want to succeed, is you're developing your ability to listen and to shut off your immediate brain reaction to respond while you're listening and think about what you're hearing. And the more you do that, the more you're going to learn. Mm-hmm. And the other thing is, the more you're going to learn about how to change people's minds. Mm. Because the more you listen, the more you realize whatever you came into a discussion thinking you knew, you didn't know.
Wow. Give me one more. One more. The thing that you practice to improve your ability to think.
Yeah, so listening is really important, and I'm still working on it. I have to say, I'm 68 years old, still working on my listening. Because the moment I get excited about something, my brain's already in gear as to how I'm going to respond, and I'm not listening anymore. And it's worse than an argument. You listen to arguments these days, nobody's listening, and that's why nobody's convincing anybody of anything. I'd say one of the ways to slow yourself down is take a pencil and a paper when somebody else is talking and write down some of their key points. It forces you to shut up and actually listen to what they're saying. Now you're not going to do this in a normal conversation, but in a business environment, fantastic. I learned this from one of my partners. He's probably the best listener I ever met. He has all kinds of other personality deficiencies, but he happens to be an excellent listener. So it was a skill I picked up. So the other thing I would say is read as much as you can. Again, but don't just read. If you don't apply, you don't get anything. Most of what you read, and even most of what you hear is going to go in one ear and pretty much out the other. And somebody once famously said, I believe, when I listen to a speech, I usually walk away, and within 2 days, I can't remember anything the speaker said. The only thing I remember is the way they made me feel.
Yeah.
So if you're looking to convince someone of anything, you have to get past the logic and into the feelings. And the best way to do that, again, isn't with logic and facts, it's with stories.
Yeah.
So the more you can story tell, the more you are able to be convincing.
So listening, reading, and make it become a storytelling. So that is
storytelling, and in a way that triggers emotional response.
Got it.
My fiction has really helped me with that.
Mm.
And
Wow.
it's funny because the book I'm working on right now is actually, it's a nonfiction. I've the working title of the book is called "Do You Read Me?"
Do you read me?
And it's about sort of my experience as a boomer, sort of from as early as I remember stories to today, and how I've gotten through life. It's designed to be humorous. It pokes fun at largely at me and my approaches, but it's designed to make you think about what's
How
important.
far are you with that book?
I've been working on it for 3 years, not as a book again. I was just decided I was going to write down these stories and learn how to write humor. I think I'm a few weeks away from sending it out to my agent to see if there's a market for this.
Wow.
But it's almost and it needs a good edit. But at this time, I've decided to hold off on the edit till somebody tells me, Norm, either this is the most brilliant idea you've ever had, or what were you thinking? I'm not sure which.
What's your gut feeling about that?
My gut. Well, all I'll tell you is my mother loves it, but my mother, who's 92, loves it. But my mother thinks, thinks I'm. I've never made a mistake in my life. She thinks, that's why I always start with her, because I'll never get a criticism for it. When I want criticism, I have some friends. I'll send it to you, and they'll say, "What were you thinking?"
How have you grown your ability to think over the years?
Well, I think in order to think, you need to have quiet. So give yourself permission to take a step back. Don't make any decisions. Really find time to reflect, to understand yourself better, to understand what's going on in the environment, so that you can make decisions. If you're busy all the time, from morning to night, and you don't have time to think, then you cannot think. There is no way that you can think if there's no quiet.
Wow.
And it's very hard. It's very hard. Reflection is very difficult. The first time when you're trying to think about what I want to be, what do I want to do, I think a lot of people struggle, because I remember I struggled. I was like, I don't know what I want to do. I have no idea. But when you get more mature through life experiences, you talk to more people, you start to understand what you're capable of, you grow more confident. I think you need to spend a lot more time thinking and reflecting, so that you can make better and better decisions for yourself, for your family, for the company, as you are climbing the corporate ladder and leadership journey.
Beautiful. Thank you very much for that.
And parents too, no? Parents, as parents, very important.
I think the brain thinks best when it's not in stress. So the opposite of stress is flow, which is where time flies, you're having a wonderful time, you're deeply involved in something. So whatever that is for you, I think is the right context, the right platform for good quality, full thinking. So for me, it's play. It's on a bodyboard, in the waves, on a beach, by a campsite, and it's just feeling those feels. It's being with my kid, messing around. It's cooking for strangers at my supper club. It's where it's losing myself. That is very energizing and recharging for me. And after periods like that, I will be able to think. And stuff comes very quickly for me, almost instantaneously.
Wow.
But I need that period of not think, unthink.
Yes.
And when I come out of it, I'm ready to create and solve.
So it means that unload our thinking so that we can focus on things that make us happy. And then we come back, then we can think better, clearer, and
Definitely.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Okay.
Value that time. So value that time. I think it's really important. I used to have a calendar, and the only things I put in that work calendar was when I had a client chargeable day. A little green sticker. And I was not valuing my time away from that. And now I have a sticker that I put on there. I use an online calendar now, but I put it in there and I value it because I know that after I've done it, I'll be able to think and problem solve and do my do.
Wow. So over the years, how have you been growing your ability to think?
Wow. Where do we start? To me, and to some degree this flows from the question before the last one, very much along the lines of what are the liberal values. There was a great phrase by Robert Frost, that a liberal is a man who is too even-handed to take his own side in an argument. Okay, in other words, that a liberal is very open-minded. And my argument is that that depends on tolerance, and that in turn depends on doubt. What do I mean? Well, if you're going to look at a tolerant society, I mentioned disagreeing agreeably, and we held an event here 2 weeks ago on that where we had faith leaders in. Because when you're a faith leader, you're never going to agree. I'm say a rabbi, and you're an imam. It's very unlikely that I'm going to convert to Islam, or that you're going to convert to Judaism. But we need to talk. We need to work together. In fact, there's a lovely joke about two priests of different denominations on a train, and they get to the end and they're getting on really, really well. And one priest turns to the other and says, it's been a really fantastic journey. I've learned a lot about you and your view of religion. And I can see that, you worship God in your way and I worship God in his way. So, but where am I going? Well, if you think about faith, just start with faith. It's Soren Kierkegaard says you cannot have faith without doubt. In other words, if you knew that God existed for a fact, then there's no point in religion. God is a force that is going to tell you what to do. So your whole view of faith is one based on doubt. So you have to have doubt, and doubt is that leap of doubt. And it's from that you get tolerance, because you've got to accept you might be wrong. That's the key element. And the funny thing about doubt is doubt leads to two other things, not just faith in a religious sense. It also, interestingly, leads to creativity. If you don't doubt that this isn't the best you can do, or this is the best you can do, depending on how you phrase it, then you're satisfied with, I just whipped off a letter for you. That's done now. Michael, it's a terrible letter. It's not. I know it's not. I'm really good at this stuff. That's not going to lead to a better letter, let alone, creative arts. And then the other last bit, just go back to the scientific method. What is all of science based on? Doubt. Science is pure and simple doubt. We have hypotheses. We think are very good, but they're still hypotheses. They're just the best we can think of at the moment, or the most proven at the moment. So if you wanted one last thing, definitely curiosity, and curiosity leads to doubt as well. But if your characteristic is curiosity, the one thing is to cultivate doubt. And in many ways, I think some faiths, particularly, I shouldn't single out anyone, but Buddhism is a particularly good example of constantly doubting, and being open. Wherever you go, there you are. Live in the moment and absorb it. Don't be, I know this moment, I've been there. I don't need to doubt anything. You've got to remain open to doubt.
Wonderful. Lani, the question for
Yes.
you is, how have you been growing and expanding your ability to think over the years?
I love the question, and I did listen to your video last night, the whole thing. So it was very interesting to hear all the responses. For me, it's embodiment. For me, Western culture in particular reveres the head, the brain. We have brain cells throughout our whole body. We have a lot of intelligence in our stomach. We obviously have heart intelligence. So for me, thinking has to do with integrating all the parts of myself, all the parts of my body, literally, moving, having meetings where I'm hiking, where I'm standing, where I'm embodying what it is that I'm interested in. I help people understand if you're stuck, make a shape with your body. Your body has the intelligence to unlock when your brain gets stuck. So I've been developing movement practices for many years, and I grew up as a dancer. My mother was doing the hula when I was in utero. So I have a large amount of kinesthetic intelligence, and I want to help people understand how much more intelligence they have when they integrate in the body.
Wow, so it's the whole body intelligence. So instead of just using the brain, right? Wow, wonderful. Professor Richard, how have you been growing your ability to think over the years?
Gosh, what a question. Well, I think it's varied. I mean, I'll say something which might not be what you would expect, but I mean, I think that mathematics is an incredibly important tool for thinking, and I never understood when I was at school. I found that mathematics boring. It was never applied to any real world subject matter which interested me. So when I became an economist in my early 30s, I had to learn mathematics, and I think quantitative reasoning is incredibly important, and far too few people in our society do it as a natural habit of thought. I mean, I do find when I put my head on the pillow, I quite often am thinking about numbers, real world examples. I think that is an incredibly important dimension of thought, which ought to be something which all human beings are adept at. But I suppose the other main skill is managing your own mental life, obviously. And I don't think that until I got interested in well-being as a sort of my main focus
of research and interest, I don't think that I had reflected on, didn't have techniques for managing my mental life. I think for example, if I was on my own, I think I wasn't that comfortable with myself, so I usually found some distraction, something to do. I think I've learned better, how to enjoy one's own inner life. And I think to develop your inner life is an important skill, and probably one that becomes more important as you get older. But I think it is a very, very important skill.
Well, this is where the neuroscience comes in really handy, because I have learned the different areas of my brain that I can use in better ways through the neuroscience. For example, I now know that if I take on too much, and if there's too much stimulation, the stress curve and the impact on my goal direction, empathy, clarity, memory, all the executive functions from the prefrontal cortex, the more I take on, the more the capabilities will be impaired. So I have learned to stay in this zone of stimulation and stress, to not go over the curve where it becomes so much that I can't think clearly anymore. So the neuroscience has really helped me understand my thinking and where it gets to be a challenge and why. And I think that is the incredible benefit of learning how the brain works. Because it is, we suddenly begin to understand why we do the things we do, and why some of the things work and why some of the things don't work, because it is related to neuroscience.
Wow.
And so, so I've learned to not overstimulate myself so that I don't lose, my executive function capabilities. But I've also learned that, I can't keep everything in here. And so, there's another sort of researcher, her name is Annie Murphy Paul. If you get a chance to get her book, The Extended Mind. The Extended Mind, Annie Murphy Paul.
Okay.
It's a very, very good book that helps us understand that in modern times, our brain can't keep that stuff in here anymore. We've just way overextended our capabilities to think clearly. And so the extended mind is the philosophy that we need to offload what's in here into other areas. And so having a to-do list, a vision board, a whiteboard where you can move things around, things that become visual, help us offload what's in here in terms of thoughts.
Wow.
And frees up space. So I have learned to offload, so that I only keep in here what I need in this moment.
Wow. And that will help.
So that I don't get distracted about the next thing. And it's like, that's offloaded already. The next thing is offloaded. It's already in a file. It's on my calendar. It's on my to-do list, on a sticky note. It's in a reminder. So that's already handled. So my brain doesn't have to hold that now in here while I'm talking to you.
Wow. Thank you so much.
So that book is mind-blowing. It's fabulous. It's extremely well written. Lots of stories, and not sort of so scientific that, she'll lose the reader, but I can highly recommend it.
Absolutely. Annie Murphy Paul. Right, and the book
Annie Murphy Paul.
And the
yes.
book, The Extended Mind.
The extended mind.
I will
Yes.
definitely look forward to that book, and I also look forward to contact her and send your message to her. You were the one who introduced me to
Yes,
her
you
work.
can tell her there's a fan club out there in the coaching world that she might not be aware of, and we love her work and her research, and we use it all the time in coaching. So if you get to talk to her, you can say there's a big group of people out there that love your work.
How have you been growing your ability to think over the years?
Well, I expose myself deliberately to new situations. So I have a belief that, and I've operated this way, that I need to get out of my comfort zone at least once a year. So one of the things that, so I always try to do that in different ways. Sometimes it's to go on a canoe camping trip and to be out in the wilds and sleep on the floor, which I hate, but I'll do it because it brings me into a new awareness about how lucky I am to have a bed, or to listen to the sounds in the forest and to relish what that is. Now I live in nature. I live out in the country, so I have bears and foxes and deer and everything that I'm exposed to a lot. But some people aren't, and I walk every day with my dog in the woods, and I notice things that are different. But I mean, really get out of your comfort zone. So that's part of the reason that I went to Nepal, for instance, was to climb in the Himalayas, to be exposed to a different culture, to sleep in tea houses, to use toilets that were totally different than the ones that I knew. I mean, all of those things have given me the ability to be, I think, somewhat resilient, which is what you need as you grow older, and to experience new ideas, new places, new cultures, new languages, and to just expose myself to that. I think that's critical for everybody. And that's why I say, I always talk about spotting opportunity. Expose yourself to, you don't have to go to Nepal. You can go down the street, talk to the person who's the drug addict, ask them about their life, find out what happened to them, what kind of trauma perhaps precipitated them being here, and show empathy and kindness. That's the one thing we can all do. We need no money to be kind.
Yeah.
To smile at a stranger, to laugh, do that more often. See what that makes you feel better.
Yeah.
Those are the little things that contribute to your well-being and to others too, but you don't realize how important it is to you.
I would pick a word out of what you just said in the last 60 seconds. That's the key. And the word is observe. Observe. You can't think until you observe. What do I see? What do I see that's out of order? I'll give an example. And many of the books I write, I observe. You gave one, sustainability. Leaders know what they should do, but they don't do it. Well, that's an observation. That's a simple observation. Another one that led us to a lot of work is what makes an effective leader? And everybody's got a competence model. Here's the skills of leadership, blah, 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 blah. That led us to the concept of leadership brand, because an effective leader helps the company succeed in the marketplace. So you need a brand inside that reflects outside. We did 2 or 3 books on 2 companies in the same industry. Pepsi and Coke. They're in the same industry, and I know they're both sold in Vietnam. If they both earn 100, they don't have the same stock price. Why is that? Two firms in the same industry have the same earnings. One gets 20% premium and the other is down. Why? That led us to work on investor value, intangible value. The investors give the 100 of one company a premium and they don't give that to the other company. So what I love to do is observe. What do I see? I'm seeing right now with you, the next generation. They're changing jobs more than they've ever seen it before. Why is that? What is that? Is that a risk? Is it bad to change jobs for the company, for the employee? One of the things I've just been observing and listening, I think the next generation, those born after 2000, I think they've grown up in a time, and I'm not sure if this is as true in Vietnam, where there's a lack of trust. We don't trust government. We don't trust religion. We don't trust television. And I think that group, having grown up with a lack of trust, is out saying, so what is truth? What is the right way to do things? And they don't have a good answer for that. And by the way, that's when I've been observing lately. I'll probably write something about that in the next few weeks because I try to observe. And that's the word that I'd circle, Ha, from you and your wife observe. We observe our children. We observe Steve and his wife and their family. I observe the companies where I work. I observe the television. And when I observe things, I go, what just doesn't feel quite right? What's different about that? And then think about it. That, for me, is where the thinking comes from, is very, very good observation.
But if somebody don't have that ability to observe things, where can they do the baby step to start to build that strength, though?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to where I started. Observe the organizations where you live and work. What do you see in your family? What do you see that's different between you and the family of Steve and his wife? How are we different? And observe simple things. What are the routines at dinner? That's pretty simple. Do we, on Sunday, whatever the weekend day, do we have family to dinner? Where do people sit? How do they eat? Do they pray? Do they not pray? How do they handle food? Do they eat a lot? Do they eat a little? How do they talk? Just observe your family versus somebody else's family and start with really obvious things. And then observe let's say you buy food in stores in Vietnam. Go to two different stores. What did I see? What did I feel? One store I felt comfortable. The other store I didn't feel as comfortable. Why is that? What did I see? What made the difference in that? Or a restaurant. We all have a restaurant we like to go to. Why do I go back to that restaurant? Well, I know the people. I know the menu. The people greet me by name. Ha, it's nice to see you again. Thank you and your wife for coming. And I observe what drives me and what the organization does that makes that work for me. In a restaurant, the organization says, when Ha and his family come, you'll always serve them and you'll have the same waiter or waitress so that they feel comfortable in your restaurant. That's a simple organizational practice that gets you to come back more often. So I'd encourage people to observe. Watch a movie. How did the organization get reflected in the movie? Read a book. How did the organization get reflected? I wrote papers back decades ago on Shakespeare, King Lear, and how he used power in Shakespeare. Again, I turned it into my English professor, and they said, that's weird. And my organization professor said, that's fascinating. And so I think I just encourage somebody to start observing and keep track of what you see.
Wonderful. Thank you.
My ability to think has been improved by one tool, one very, very, very important tool. A pencil.
Pencil. Wow.
A pencil. You could use a pen, but let's go with the pencil. With a pencil, I write a lot slower than I think. And I used to believe that was a bad thing. The trouble is, we don't capture the thoughts when they happen quickly. So the ability to think for me and for many of the smart people that I have the pleasure of knowing and the honor of knowing, getting a pencil and writing it down. What do I want to achieve? What is standing between me and achieving it? Just lists, don't overthink it. Just get the things out of your head and write them down. What are some of the things I can do to solve those problems, to make those problems smaller, to reduce the chance of those problems happening? And write them down. A pencil, you can always rub it out. But it slows you down. Writing means you're going from just thinking to actually doing. And you can start to create a plan. You can start to break a problem down into smaller pieces. And I'm a big fan of lists. I love a list. A list I can cross things off. The great thing about a list is you've got to create one in the first place, which means you have to think about what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. And then you can track your progress by just crossing the things off. So thinking starts by slowing down and writing down. So grab a pencil, whatever problem you're trying to solve, grab a pencil, start step 1, write what you want to achieve. What is that goal? Step 2, what are the things that I need to do, that I need to overcome, that are standing between me and achieving that goal? Step 3, and this is the fun part, how many different ways can I think of to solve them?
Wow. How have you been growing your ability to think, Justin?
Well, I would say this is an awesome question. I think that as I've gotten better at thinking, I've realized that I'm not good at thinking, maybe is the way I would say it. So like, I live in an echo chamber professionally where I'm consistently put in a room where I'm expected to or supposed to be an expert, right? It's like the guy that knows the most in the room about whatever we're talking about. And the more people that EMA has hired, the more I've learned that I don't know everything. And I know that, but like I'm reminded, maybe is the right term, that I don't know everything. But from a personal standpoint, you know, you have to look at what matters most to you. And that level of thinking, that to me, that has been something I've enjoyed reading a bit about, like being more present, being more aware of my weaknesses, being more of what do people see when they look at you? And that level of thought is something that's really hard to do when you're trying to accomplish things, right? Like I'm goal oriented. I'm like, you know, get the hammer out and the pickaxe and dig the hole, and I don't care what anybody thinks, get out of my way. And that works. I mean, look at being a bulldozer is super effective when you need to move stuff. And I don't regret having that trait, I think, in my personality, but holy cow, when you take a step back holistically and look at like who you are as a whole person, I've run over a lot of people I didn't need to run over. And I think it's done, you know, I wouldn't say damage, but it's stuff that maybe I could have done better. And so to me, thinking is let's look at the landscape of, you know, you want to go here, and to get there, you don't just go here to here. I mean, there's, you know, all these pathways between here and there, and you need to look at the path rather than the destination and the starting point. And you know, again, you know, I try to be honest about it. I'm really bad at that stuff, but I'm or at least I'm aware of it, and I want to get better at it. But man, I get so fascinated by stuff that I'm not good at, because it's like, I figured all this other stuff out. I can figure this out. And if I get good at thinking, I think that, you know, I'll be a really unstoppable person personally, as much as I think I can be professionally. And, you know, professionally, again, it's just solving problems and answers and stuff that I think I do on a day-to-day basis. Personally, holy cow, that's a whole can of worms with how to be a good dad and be a good husband and support people and be there and not, you know, still travel. And if I ever figure that out, man, I'll be a Superman. I'm hoping someday I'll figure that out.
over the years, Katie, how have you been growing your ability to think?
Yeah. So one of my favorite things is if I see something once that I don't understand, I let myself ignore it. If I see it a second time, I'll pay attention, but I might not do anything about it. The third time I notice an idea or a concept or a thing that I'm not aware of, I'm like, right now I need to do some research on that and work out what that is and try and understand that. So a good example of that would be blockchain. So the first time I saw it, I was like, interesting, don't know. Second time, oh, it's come up again. Third time, it's like, right, now I really need to come to terms with what this is talking about. So that for me is the way that I really prompt myself to keep thinking.
Wow. And you mentioned about the people in your world also, the people that push you, the people that support you, the people that motivate you to go to the next level, and by writing the books and, helping their clients also, right? So I'm curious to see how did you, on what criteria did you decide, oh, this person maybe can join to your circle of influence, or that person can join to your circle of influence? And so how do you rank it?
So do you mean in terms of like who I associate with, like in the workplace, like who I would see as being part of my network?
Yes.
Yeah. If they're nice, generally, that's a good thing. Like I don't mess around with people who are a-holes. Like they can just do one. And I think there's enough people out there who are nice that they're the ones to focus your attention on. And I think it's about that kind of that shared respect for one another. So feeling that you really admire and appreciate the work that someone else is doing and that feeling is reciprocated, certainly on a professional level, that's amazing. That doesn't mean that you have to be peers. So I've got some phenomenal interns at the moment who've come from one of the programs at LSE. They're struggling to get a job at the moment because the market is brutal in the UK. And they're so smart. I'm learning so much from them. Their skills in terms of like more contemporary online research methods, the types of AI tools that they're familiar with, that they've been taught about on their course, they're phenomenal. So like the respect definitely flows both ways there as well. They've got a great skill set and it's amazing to learn from them in the same way that they're learning from me.
Creative thinking isn't something you can force. So I'm fascinated by like the corporate world and their desire to put everybody in a room to come up with a new product idea. Okay, we need to be creative. Our competitors are more creative. Let's be creative. And then they do things like putting bean bags in the meeting rooms, or pool tables in the canteen. I mean, no one is going to sit down on a bean bag and have a wonderful idea just because it's not a chair. That's not the way it works. So like creativity comes from, I think, giving yourself permission to fail. I think we have a really unhealthy relationship with failure in society. So we celebrate success. So we all just watched the Oscars 2 nights ago. A celebration, a global celebration of success. And we watch the Olympics, and we applaud people when they stand on the podiums. But for the 3 people standing on the podium, there's 20 athletes over there with no medals. And they get to stand on the podium because of all the failures they had. Because they woke up at 6 a.m. every morning, 5 a.m. and they trained and they failed. And so failure is your foundation for success. Nobody ever became successful without all the failures first. And so we have a very unhealthy relationship with failure in society. We don't celebrate failure. And the people who have been successful generally, you hear things like fail fast. What fail fast means, it doesn't mean to fail. It means that if you fail, that you try again immediately. You try and change it. So you don't accept failure as a negative thing. You accept failure as a positive thing. And you say, okay, fantastic. Why did that fail? What can I learn? And have the energy to go again. Now that can be difficult when you fail 10 times in a row, and so the one that's always used is the Harry Potter books, and being refused 12 times before she was finally published. So this idea that somehow the ideas you may have aren't good enough, that you shouldn't say them. No. So if you ask me for like my tips, it's about execute every idea you have. Surround yourself with people who support that type of thinking. And if you find people in your life, be they friends or family or colleagues or bosses, that don't support creative thinking and risk taking, then get a different job, get a different friend, leave your relationships. You have to surround yourself with people who support that energy. They don't have to be like you. You don't have to be in a marriage or a relationship where your husband or wife is exactly like you, but they do have to support your creative energy and your risk taking and your curiosity. And so generally what I find is that people who are successful have done that. They've surrounded themselves with similar people. They've found muses. And so the muse is kind of an artistic idea, but also in business you can have a muse. You can have a mentor or a muse who thinks, oh yeah, I like the way you think. And I'm going to listen to what you say. Our podcasts now are fantastic. You find someone who's got a podcast who inspires you and listen to them every week. And they think, oh yeah, I like that. And so basically you're using their energy and you're folded into your own energy. And then, how do you come up with the ideas? I think you do need to put as much stuff into the funnel as you can. And so it's going to the events that you have no idea why you're going to this thing. And you think, oh, I'll go to this. And you might learn something. And it might be nothing, related to what you do. But then you think, oh, and you meet a whole new set of people and a whole new challenge, and you get your preconceptions challenged. And so, if you walk past a notice board and you see an event and you think, oh, well, that's not really for me, that's exactly why you should go for it. You should go to that. You should join that class. You should, because if you think it's not for you, well, then you'll stay in your little box all your life, won't you? Wow. And during my TED talk, I was the only man at the Zumba dance class, and I was oh my God, I did so many things that were crazy. Lots of things I would never do again, but some of the things I met amazing people who I never would have met. And your own experiences must be the same. If you've done this for so long, you must have met so many people and had so many experiences that have changed you, challenged you.
How have I improved and expanded my ability to think?
Yes.
So I have been a martial artist for 40 years, a little over 40 years now. There were some breaks in there at certain times, but the martial arts have opened up my mind to learning a lot of things. I have learned through my study of the martial arts that there is always more to learn, and that curiosity and that drive has been rooted in that. I'll never forget when I earned my first black belt degree. My instructor came to me and said, "Congratulations, you've done very well. Now let's get started." And that was a very profound moment. I thought I had culminated something, and in a way I did, but it was really just the beginning. And as I learned different styles, gotten more and more ranks, each rank is a recognition of what's happened, but it's also a doorway to what can still be. So I am somebody who's driven by curiosity and tenacity, and that's what helps me learn new things. And I also hold that everybody has something to teach, and I look forward to learning from as many people as possible. So I see every interaction as an opportunity to learn something about myself or about the world.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I guess what was coming from me, very interesting, I was thinking that we also should be careful of not overthinking, and we have to take action as well. So there is a balance between thinking and also sometimes have the courage to do things. Because, and you know that probably, and I definitely know that, right, from cognitive behavioral therapy, what we think determines how we feel, our emotions and feelings, and that determines actually how we act and how we behave. So, and sometimes I see that people who only think a lot, that they don't get into action because they get stuck into those limiting beliefs they have. So I actually often say, when it's very difficult to break that pattern of limiting beliefs, act. Because when we act, we actually shape new beliefs,
because we collect actually proof for a belief which was actually not serving us. For example, if somebody is very afraid to ask a question, right? That happens a lot to us, right? In a room, right? At work, because they feel like they're junior and they don't have a good question to ask, and they're very afraid what people think of them. So they overthink a lot and they think they are not good enough, right? So you can break that pattern, right? Try to break that pattern and break that limiting belief. But sometimes it's so deep in them, it doesn't really work. So what you can do in the same time is just for the person to take the courage and be brave and just ask a question. Not think, but act. And by acting, you will find out that, hey, it is not so scary to ask a question. Actually, my colleague also wanted to ask the question, but actually didn't dare to. And then by acting and taking these small steps, by acting, you actually change the belief that you are not valuable enough, that you're not good enough. And then, and then you actually created a new belief for yourself, right? So that was actually the first thing which was coming up for me when you asked about thinking. I was thinking, be careful, don't overthink. That was the first reaction. But I think if I go back to thinking and expanding, I think it's really about different perspectives. Again, going back to learning from different people, different cultures, or reading a book, or anything which can give you different ideas. Because then, if you have more ideas, you will come up with different solutions, right? If we have only talking to 3 people, then it's very limited in terms of perspectives, right? But if we are open to more perspectives, I think it will help us to find a better solution in the end. But I think what is always difficult is that it's very easy, like, to talk to you when we have the same values, right? And we have to, and it feels familiar. It doesn't feel scary, right? But if people are very different from you, then it's very difficult to actually not judge and bring curiosity and really listen. Because sometimes we feel maybe like threatened, and then we don't open up. Or sometimes we think that this is a stupid opinion. I totally don't agree with it. But then you also close down, right? And I think also there, and that's why I really like our Covestro value, actually, Vivian, curiosity. If we can bring in curiosity everywhere, then it really lowers the judgment. And that really can help us also to work with people we don't feel so comfortable with, right? And that's very normal that we don't feel comfortable with everybody. But the people who are most different from us are actually the ones we can learn probably the most from, because they have something we don't have, probably, right? And that's always a very interesting area, I think, to explore. Like if a person is giving me discomfort, probably because this person is very different from me, right? Different values, a very different background. And instead of, not engaging, is bringing in curiosity to do engage. And then you actually found out we're all humans and we're still actually similar needs. But the starting point and the stories of the others are so different that sometimes, because of the different stories, their behavior is very different. So instead of judging the behavior and understanding the stories behind, I think is very helpful to expand our thinking. Going back to your question, expand the possibilities actually we may have. So. Wow. Is that okay? So it's maybe different than you expected, but it sparked something else when you are asking that question. And I think that's the beauty of interaction, right? Because nothing, for sure, you probably prepared your questions a little bit, but every person you talk to probably is very different, and other things are coming up, and also for me. I was very curious and excited, and I loved our conversation. And I truly hope that it maybe can inspire or give some ideas, and maybe even just different perspectives, right? People don't need to agree with or even do what I do. Definitely not, because we're all different persons. And I also think that we should not copy other people, but we should find our way, right? Our process, our values. And I think that's an easy thing. So I, as a coach, right, we never give advice because we are not that person. But what we do as a coach is actually giving the opportunity to find out the different perspectives and for them to choose what is the best for them in that moment, right? So therefore I also try to do that, just give perspectives and hopefully that it resonates and people pick their own nuggets out of our conversation, right?
What the pandemic taught us was that, again, life is frail.
Yeah.
And things can happen not through anything that we did bad. The other thing that's happening, as somebody who's, 40-ish, is you and your wife are both at a classic second midlife crisis stage. Now, I'm not saying it is a crisis for you, but it is a normal transition where you start to look around and say, well, what else is there in life? When you're in one of these periods that one of my former doctoral students who's now on the faculty at Bucknell, Udayandar, and I have been studying, he took the lead on, is liminality. When you're in this in-between space. When that happens, you very often look around you. I mean, if you're on top of things, if you're scared by it, you just drink or eat too much or gamble. But if you're in a healthy place, you start to look around and you start to notice your parents are not as active as they were. At 40, you may or may not still have your grandparents alive.
You do.
You do. Well, that's even better because it's amazing that they're still alive, but still, they've got to be moving slower.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, your sensitivity to the fact that life isn't eternal, despite certain Marvel movies about superhumans, I think it makes sense that you'd be interested in this process. And I'm hoping that what you and your wife spend time, I should say, not more, spend time thinking about is how people morph their sense of purpose and vision as they age. Because I think the people that maintain an active, energetic life have allowed themselves to change. They haven't stayed rigid.
So how could you do that for yourself?
Well, first, you have to be at a place where you're willing to reflect. And not everybody is reflective naturally. Second, so be at a place, at a stage in your life. So it's better if you hit it at one of these 7 to 10 year cycles that I call the midlife crisis transition times. It often happens, around the 0 years, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. But it also happens when something external hits. Now, it could be negative, like a pandemic, or, a close friend dies of a heart attack, or it could be something positive, like the birth of your first child or your second child. Using those moments to say, okay, let me think about what life means is a very, very strong positive. The second ingredient, going back to vision and relationships, is it really is healthy to talk to others.
Yeah.
Who are going through something similar. So it doesn't mean you always have to talk to a coach or a mentor. It could be talking to some peers who are having the same experiences. I think the future of what we call peer coaching in groups is huge, where people get together to talk.
Yeah.
So those two ingredients seem to help the neurological and hormonal systems that allow the human mind and spirit to be open to a new idea.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Completely honestly, I can see my ability to think decreasing and diminishing as well, because I am surrounded by the environment. We live in the environment that is predominantly, unfortunately, working that direction. I mean, there are so many things that happen in the world, so many things you need to follow, so many developments. There's so much pressure. So I myself catch myself hopping from one topic to another without proper thinking. So when that I started realizing about 3 years ago that I really need to start protecting myself from myself, right?
Protecting yourself.
Yes, protecting myself from myself, because I am I don't know if you ever heard of the Gallup strength tests.
Yes.
But within that, my top one level strength is learner, right? I like new things. I'm very curious. But the shadow of that is that I can get distracted very easily, and I always want to learn a new thing, and whatever is new is sexier, right? So the problem with that, it has massive impact on my ability to think, because I can't think long enough about something before moving on to the next thing. So after I realized that, I started thinking, okay, I will be occupying my brain with only a very limited amount of new things. So every single time I come across something useful, new, I want to learn it, I park it. So I have a parking lot of thoughts, ideas, and I park it there, right? And I leave it there for a week, 2, 3, 4 to sort of mature. And when I look at it and I'm intrigued again, then it moves into let's call it explore list, right? So this way, what I'm trying is I'm protecting my brain to be overflown with new sexy ideas that I want to explore, right?
Wow.
So that's one.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, please continue.
So that's one of my tools that I use to sort of protect my thinking pattern, thinking ability, and cognitive capacities over the day, during the day, right?
So is there any other one?
The other one is, I would say, realize that mobile phone is your enemy, not your friend. From many perspectives, this device is very useful, but at the same time, the way it works with your dopamine levels, especially like because of the apps that are available there, is really like realize that mobile phone is your enemy and treat it like your enemy. It's a tool, but it's a very dangerous tool. So work with it the way that it will always take away from you more than it gives you if you let it.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I found really, really difficult, and I would almost call it I'm on the verge of addiction now, is not to look at my phone when there is no need for it. Like, you are sitting somewhere, it's beautiful, the sun, you see the birds, there is some movement around. Like generally, it should be a very enriching, very beautiful scene. And before you know it, you have phone in your hand and you're checking what's new on Twitter. And you're like, when did this, what?
Yeah.
Right? And these automatic behaviors is what kills your thinking, or your ability to be here now and focus on one thing. So what I'm trying now is to really consciously think about, where's my phone? What am I doing with it? And how did it appear in my hand? And what are the behaviors that lead to it? So now I'm running a small experiment myself. So every single time I come home, I try to put the phone on the same spot and not to walk around it, in the flat. When I have a conversation with someone, I don't have the phone next to me, right? The phone's somewhere else, either in the bag, in my pocket. I have notifications switched off. In the evening, I try to put the phone in a different room so I don't have the need to look at it. Because I realize it's really taking away a lot of your cognitive capacity, and it also very simply works with your dopamine in a way that's super attractive. So you have to consciously choose not to feel good.
Yep. Wow.
And that's super difficult.
You know, one of the biggest things that I learned over the years is that we have this bias called the confirmation bias. And that is our bias to kind of confirm what we already believe and dismiss what we already don't believe, right? And so we tend to only look for and believe information that supports our existing beliefs. And it's really hard, right, to overcome natural biases. There's reasons why we have these biases, and they evolved over millennia. But one of the things that I try really hard to do is to question my thinking, you know, when I can. And so one of the questions that I ask myself a lot is, what else is true? What else is true? And I think that helps me sometimes. It helps broaden my perspective and bring a little bit more critical thinking to the things that I'm working on, to the practices, to my beliefs. And I'm not perfect at this. I exhibit a lot of confirmation bias, but it's something that I try to do.
Beautiful, beautiful. The question for you is, how have you been growing your ability to think?
You're asking some very, very interesting questions. Because it's well, yeah, okay, very easily, actually. Now I got it. I've always looked for the masters. So when I've had a lot of brilliant teachers in my life, both in the Zen school and also in other meditation schools, but also in the Gestalt world. I've studied with people in US. I've studied with people in Denmark, the best in Denmark. You know, my thinking is very much based on the experience that I have. You would say copied or integrated from other people who have done that, who have then again been with other people, right? So it's about seeking information. Don't take the quick way. Don't go quick. There's no quick fixes. There's only slow fixes. So look for it, but find you said it before, the master will come to you when you're ready. That's a very interesting, very, very interesting aspect. I would say look for the master. Don't wait for him to come. Look for him, find him. If you like it, go with it. If you don't, change.
Wow. Last question. Okay?
Yep.
I want you to travel with me to see that little boy Nikolai when he was really, really young. And you say that he could even write his name properly. Am I listening to it correctly?
Yeah, or at least my spelling was not that good when I was in public school. So yes.
Alrighty. So because I noted in there, so I want to make sure I got information correct before I ask the question. So the question is, now you and I travel time, we see him at the public school, okay, when he was struggle. And you tell him about the journey that he is going to have in the future. What is that you now are going to tell you then?
So could you rephrase it again? So what would that boy tell me today, or is that your question?
What would that you today tell that boy back there?
Oh, very good, yes. I would tell him, you have a lot of energy, you have a lot of curiosity. Go for it. Go into the world with that energy and be aware, or pay attention to, I would say it's probably better, because it's not dangerous, but pay attention to the people that you meet.
because some of them will resist you and some of them will love you. And that's how it is.
Wow. It's a beautiful advice that each of us can give to any young kids out there, right, on the journey to grow, so that they can have hope, they can be fearful, but not gonna be afraid of, fear. So they're gonna have hope in the future and the best version of them to come. Huh?
Yes, and I think it's important to emphasize on this. That's what I really have learned, is that I thought for a while in my life, probably most of my life, that it was all about me. And I think there is a tendency in the world today that it's all about me. There's a lot of narcissism, there's a lot of self-promoting, there's a lot of all that stuff out there. And I would like to encourage people to be aware of each other, to be aware of connection, to know that when you do something, it always has an impact on other people. So it's both me and you, not me or you.